Good morning and welcome to a hot but overcast day here at Harare Sports Club for the fifth and final ODI between Zimbabwe and the United States of America. United States of America won the toss earlier this morning and have inserted the Zimbabweans to bat. They are 3-1 down in the series, so cannot win the series, but would probably like to take another win in their first full series away to Zimbabwe. Zimbabwean team today, Josephine Nkomo is the captain, first series in charge, and first series win for her. And it's going to be Modesta Mpachikwa and Sean Myers, the top of the order. And Chipom Tiripano, Beloved Biza, Ashley Ndiraya, and Josephine Koma at 6, Lorraine Piri 7, probably Adele Zimuno at 8, Audrey Mazwishaya 9, Tendai Makusha is going to be in at number 10, and Olinda Chare, the young leg spinner, at number 11. In the USA today, Aditiba Chudasama is in charge. Anika Kolan, Gagi Bogler has been left out today. Then Stisha Dingra, Ella Claridge, who's quite enchanting to watch her bat in the 4th ODI. And Sindhu Srihasha's made quite a lot of runs for the US throughout. And Geetika Kodali, the only 5-4 taken through this series. Tara Norris has been good with the ball throughout. Leka Shetty, Sanvi Imadi, outstanding leg spinner. And Chetna Pagi Diala. And then Ritu Singh. As I mentioned earlier, Zimbabwe have already won the series, having gotten their 3rd win in the 4th ODI, shortened by rain. There's a likelihood of rain around midday today. It's usually the hottest part of the day in Harare. And I expect that today is going to also be a truncated game. An overcast condition, been rain around for the last couple of days. And there's a little bit more greenness on that wicket. I think that batting up front is going to be quite difficult for Mpachikwa, Sean Myers, and Chipo Mugeri Tiripano for the Zimbabweans. Four matches have been played so far. First one was a low-scoring affair. Zimbabwe won the toss and so did the USA women, who were 152 all out. And Zimbabwe won that 154 for 5 by 5 wickets. And then the second one, again, the Zimbabwe women won the toss and inserted USA women, who got a much better score this time, 148. And then Zimbabwe won that by 6 wickets. And the third one, it was the USA women who won the toss and inserted Zimbabwe. And they beat the Lady Chevrons by 4 wickets in that match. And then Zimbabwe had a really good game in the 4th ODI, 250 for 5. It was Ashley Ndiraya who scored 80-odd, who set up that big score. And then Zimbabwe won by 18 runs. Reduced to 26.1. Been a few outstanding performances throughout. It's been Modesta Mpachikwa, who has scored 151, an average of just under 38. He's a leading run scorer, just behind her with 141, Ndiraya got her top score in the 4th match, 82 of 102. The 2 not out. Third place, first American, Sindhu Srihasha, 30 runs at average of 65, scored consistently. Chipo Mugeri Tiripano was in 4th position, 28 at average of 32. Tisha Dingra, who wasn't playing today, is in 5th position, 122, just under 31. go just over for Norris, USA. 5 wickets, economy 4.3. It's good to see the umpires on their way out to the middle. Two opening batters for Zimbabwe today, Sean Myers and Modesta Mpachikwa. Sean Myers has had a bit of a struggle. Two ducks so far in the series at the top of the order. But Modesta Mpachikwa's had a really, really good run with the bat. Looks like it's going to be Tara Norris with the new ball from the USA. And Modesta Mpachikwa, as has been the pattern for her and Sean Myers, is going to take the first ball. Really warm and overcast, humid day here at Harare Sports Club. Expect that there's going to be a little bit of swing out there for the seamers. We have seen Tara Norris can get it to shape quite sharply in towards the right-handed batter.
It's a good morning, Darlington. Thank you for those stats that you been flourishing us with. The fifth ODI might seem like as if it's a dead rubber, Zimbabwe winning the series, but plenty to play for. You want to rectify certain errors that you might have had during the course of the 5. Tara Norris to get us underway. Movement there. Some exercise for umpire Chris Peary. There'll be plenty of talking points from the first 4-day games that have been played. Zimbabwe have 3 in the bag. The USA have 1. Looking to drive that one. Modesta Mpachikwa. Sean Myers looking to face the first delivery. Hasn't had a good start to the series. It hasn't had a good series so far. Should be looking to do better in this final game. Clipped off the pads in the air. Simple catch. So the poor run of form continues. Sean Myers departs on the first delivery that she faces. Looking to place square of the wicket, but there was a field, a place right there. Didn't have to move much as it came down her throat. Zimbabwe lose their first. 1 for 1. Or 2 for 1 rather.
Preparation from the Americans here. We've seen throughout they have a fielder for Sean Myers at deep backward square leg throughout, and then for Modesta Mpachikwa, that same fielder goes down to long leg, and that is why picks up a very easy catch. Sean Myers picks up her third duck of the series.
The perfect start for Team USA. They pick up an early wicket, and not just any wicket, but one of a person who's been struggling throughout the series. 2-for-1 Zimbabwe. They find themselves having lost an early wicket. New batter, Chipomugeri Tiripano.
She's seen an extra slip in place for her. And that is a good first delivery. A little bit of swing for Tara Norris. That's why she's got that extra fielder in place. Has created some problems for Chipo Mugeri Tiripano around that line on off stump, the ball swinging away.
Oh, good delivery. And that's around the region that you want to be bowling at. Good stop by Tara Norris. Getting that little bit of hint of movement that you spoke about with the conditions that we have here. And utilizing the new ball as well. A channel of uncertainty.
Just thinking, I know it's called the channel of uncertainty, but there's just there's a little certainty about the fact is that your technique is not quite right, and a bowler's bowling like that in these conditions, you're probably going to nick it. One gone, 2-for-1. Shetileka into the side for the first time in the series. She gets to take the new ball from the city end. That is a good first delivery. That is swung away from Chipo Mugeri Tiripano quite a long way. It's real skill bowling around the wicket, getting the ball to leave the left-hander as a right-handed bowler. Just these conditions suggest that Chipo Tiripano is going to have a real test on her hands today.
Great start from Shetileka. Looks to have a decent amount of wells as well. You add the movement that she's getting there. Just get it that if she was able to just pitch it up, you can see the extra slip just been put in place. Opening the face of the blade, run down to wideish third. This keeps it to 1. But that's how they would want Chipomgiri Tripano to play. Looking to try and work it through an offside and can bring those 2 slips into play.
I just think that when a ball swinging around this much, 2 slips is too conservative. Generally, we're not used to seeing many catches behind the wicket in 50 overs cricket. And that is pulled away. And it looks like it's going to hold up in the outfield. Yes, it does. It's going to be 3 runs for Zimbabwe. As I said earlier on, there's been a lot of rainfall in Harare in the last 2 days since the 4:30i. Just thickens out that grass a little bit more. The ball doesn't run across it as quickly as we're used to seeing here. I was saying earlier, this is just perhaps a little conservative. One more fielder in that slip cordon might actually be a very good idea. 2 gone and 7 for 1.
Tara Norris looking to continue from the golf course end. So got a good start, picked up an early wicket. Wicket of Sean Myers departed for naught. Putting Zimbabwe in a spot of bother quite earlier on. Pretty attacking field that she has here. Slip in place, shortish mid wicket. The third and finally on the boundary. Packed offside, pretty different from what she had for Sean Myers. She brought in third and then square leg went into a deep position and pitched it up right onto the pads. Sean Myers looking to clip it away, but only could just find a well set fielder. It was good thinking, good ploy. Worked away leg side, but everybody coming in tight to close in any opportunities to try and steal any singles. And be a big test for the pay that is at the crease at the moment for Zimbabwe to try and build a partnership. Because that's what they need at the moment. Worked into a vacant space. Managed to pick up a quick single. Right, Chipomgiri facing, and this will be quite an interesting matchup. Oh. That's why I call it an interesting matchup, because it's shaping away from her, and there's a better number of times that you're just beaten outside your off stump when you're looking to defend. It sort of works in on your confidence, and am I really seeing it?
What it does also set up, if Tara Norris has got one that can carry on straight, start in roughly the same area and carry on straight, she's dragging Chipomgeri Tiripano quite a long way towards the offside now. Trying to get to cover that ball on the line of the off stump. It's a real nice little game of cat and mouse. Just get the feeling that seam bowling is probably going to dominate most of the early part of this match.
Just talking about seam bowling and the ball that you're talking about, that one that carries on. I know there's a way in which you hold the seam, like for her to get it away from Chipomgeri. Probably a seam is facing around that second slip region. That one, a little bit of hesitation by Chipo trying to play that one. But a good over, 3 overs done in Zimbabwe, 8-4.
Shetty's got this one to swing just a little too much. Modesta Mpachikwa. But she's come out today and really caused some problems. Really sharp in-swingers to the right-hander. From around the wicket, sharp away swingers to the lefties. And that's good and aggressive from Mpachikwa.
I wouldn't mind that if I was like pitching it up, because you are getting quite a lot of movement, so pitch it up as much as you can. Yes, there's an opportunity that you might be hit for a few, but to right-handers, if that pitch is just well outside off stump coming back in, it brings that LBW into play. And to left-handers, this one just too wide for Saradimbo Nalana's liking. He calls it a wide.
I think you're right. Might be a good idea to just get it a little fuller outside, a little wider outside the line of off stump. Try and get it to drive through the offside against a swinging ball. That can be very difficult, and that's over pitched. But Chipomgeri Tiripano has picked out Gitika Kodali. Two fielders in the point region, about 7 or 8 meters apart from each other. Chipomgeri is so strong square. And this one's an inside edge. Again, I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. I'm used to seeing these run away for fours. And this time, it's just 2 runs.
Yeah, the Rains have done a thing or two to the outfield, slowing it down. It did rain quite heavily in the last game that we had here. And might expect some few showers a little bit later on as well. Fuller this time around, backward of the banner point, and that'll run away for 4. The first boundary for Zimbabwe, and that's off the bat of Chipomgeri Tiripano.
Just a little too full this time from Shetty. She's got to make sure she gets the length right here. While you do want to invite the drive, you don't want to bowl full enough that Chipo Tiripano can easily get over it. You want to make her sort of have to wait for it, have to look for it. Still full enough that she feels she should try and hit it. And this time it's off the outside edge again. And not a convincing shot. Gitika Kodali is the one who does the fielding. Keeps it down to just 2.
And that'll be the end of the 4th over. Zimbabwe 17 for 1 after 4. the edge of Modestum Pacheco's Tara Norris. I think that was a deliberate one. Just well away from first slip to give some work to third man. A risky shot, you'd say, from Modestum Pacheco, if you ask me, but she really was well aware of where first slip was. But this is how Modestum Pacheco plays a game. She pretty much just looks to navigate the spaces that are in front of her or even just back of her. Full face of the bat this time. That'll be wide. Taranos will look just to try and bring that a little bit much more towards middle of off stump, or just right on middle stump, because if she pitches it just on the leg stump and it's shaping away from Modestum Pacheco, and she finds herself giving away extras. Also just an interesting stance from, or guard rather, from Modestum Pacheco. She's well outside leg stump.
I think it's just to try and make sure she's playing that sharply swinging delivery with the bat rather than getting the pad in the way. We were talking earlier about the one that carried on. Did see there was an edge of the first delivery of this over. Was that one delivery that didn't swing. It would have been picked up if there'd been a second slip in there. And it takes me back to the thing I was saying, a little bit too conservative, I think, particularly in these conditions. Also, you almost get the feeling of almost test match type conditions here, where you're probably looking to have 3, maybe 4 catches in place, rather than just the standard, the very standard one catcher now that's used in one-day international cricket.
I'd want to agree with you, Darlington, there, because pretty much we haven't seen any shots by Zimbabwe that are attacking that will make you be conservative, but just look to utilize the conditions that you have. Your bowlers are bowling well, they're getting edges, some just shaping easily away from the edge of the bat there. So until you've seen them being put away for plenty, be as attacking as possible. You don't lose anything by trying that out first. Full toss. Modestum Pacheco looking to pounce at that one, but fails. And that'll be the end of the over. Another decent one from Tara Norris.
Interesting little caucus was happening there. Tara Norris, and captain, and Shetty was having a conversation about how they can get this right, what they've got to do to get this wicket, because the conditions are in their favor. And that is a beauty. That is called cut in half. absolute Jaffa first up from Shetty. That the conversation in this beginning of this over, just get it a little bit straighter. 'Cause that's what she's done. The first two deliveries, she's got them both to pitch in the line of the stumps.
This is one of the things that is important about bowling. Always keep taking notes of how you're bowling, what kind of movement you're getting, what adjustments you can make to bring yourself into the attack. Worked through the covers. That's neatly timed by Chipomgeri Tiripano. That'll be 4 runs. It's an excellent shot, pitched up, and she just does due diligence to put it away.
Really good shot. First couple of deliveries were on a much better length than this one. This was over pitched, and she's in good enough form to put it away. Picks up her second boundary.
Just looking to work it behind point. See, what I loved about that shot by Chipomgeri Tiripano is it shows the quality of the batter that you have at hand. Yes, she has had 2 good deliveries, but she's well aware of her scoring opportunities that she gets and puts them away. She's not being put into a shell. She's like, I will play whatever is in the region that I am strong in. Looking to cut that one. And it just pushes it in the covers there, and they'll pick up 3 if they run well here. They're going for it. A little bit of stumble by Chipo, but she makes it. It's good running.
So important, no matter what the conditions are, no matter how good the bowling is, and how well the bowlers are using those conditions, that you remain positive. You know, really pounce on even the smallest errors. Maximize your return as a batter. Chipo Tiripano is doing that here. Six overs gone. It's 28 for 1.
Changes to the field for Tara Norris. Third man comes inside the circle. Square leg is halfway through. Kind of expecting kind of a bit of a short one. Want to be on the pads. A short one it is, but well played. Well worked by Chipomgeri. A bit of fumble allows it to come back for the 2. Sometimes some of these tactics that you might want to put into play, like going for the short ball, sometimes look to go for what has been working, what has kept you in the attack. The ball is moving, and you have 2 slips in place that have had a couple of opportunities almost coming their way. Keep it that, And that's what she's gone back to.
Chipo Kiritiripano for me starting to look a lot more composed, a lot more comfortable. USA had the opportunity early on. He was swinging a lot, just playing and missing a lot more, but I think she's starting to get the measure of how to play here. That is the first time Tara Norris has thrown one up outside the line, a long way outside off stump.
Chipo, I think that's a missed opportunity there. Just playing the wrong line. Should have just looked to play that square of the wicket instead of driving it through the covers. Much better line from Norris. Decent run rate in terms of ODI. 4.5 is what Zimbabwe are going at. Pretty much the same in the last game. Managed to get to around 250. This just gives you kind of a sense of how Zimbabwe are looking to play this one. If they get an opportunity to give 4 singles in an over, they're comfortable with that. If it's aided with the boundary, they'll take it, which is not a very bad tactic, you'd say.
In her last innings, Chipo Tiripano got 32 from 22, strike rate 150. She's been able to adapt that, still stay positive. Different conditions, slightly harder conditions. Today she's 18 from 24. So important in a number 3 to be able to make those adjustments and make sure you get through those difficult periods. 7 gone, 30 for 1.
Shetileka to come back while Darlington Matamalaza will take a break. Well worked. It's a good shot from Modesta Pacheco. Runs away for 4. There's no third man. Shetileka looking to bounce Modesta, but found her well positioned just to ramp it over in the first slip for 4.
Good morning, Eli. Good morning, viewers. Brilliant shot from Modesta Pacheco. Just amazing awareness of where the field is at. They need to play a full-blown cut shot at that one. Just need to deflect it past the fielder. It slip. Does so. Runs away for 4. Much better length. Much better line. Nip and tuck out here. There is lots of cloud cover. It's promising. And there you go. The ground stuff are ready with the covers. It's going to be a day like that, Eli, where we're going to be on and off because of the rain that's coming around. We saw the previous match. Duckworth Lewis, Zimbabwe winning by 18 runs. It's the stuff of summers in the savannah in Harare, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely is going to be a lot of work for those gentlemen that are in your picture. Brilliant team. I love that Team Zimbabwe were able to help them out in the last game, just to come back to them and looking to cut on this occasion. Team Zimbabwe ran with the covers. They were eager to help them, which is good sportsmanship, I would say. We even saw that in Kenya with the men's outfit. In their games, when it'll be affected by rain, they would run and help ground stuff. So Zimbabwe, I think they should be up for the award of fair play. Fair play team of the year, because they do pretty well in helping out even when they're not needed to. And so far it is a partnership of Zimbabwe that is being created here. They lost their first wicket with only 2 runs on the board, and from there they've been able to get to 33 in terms of this partnership. The score's gone up to 35 for 1. It's a good ball and a good leave. End of the over. 8 overs done. It should be 35 for 1 for Zimbabwe.
Change of bowling from the golf course end. Hero of the third ODI, Gitika Kodali, gets involved. Starts well, should want to try and replicate her bowling performance of the third ODI. 5 for 43 Eli she got in a winning cause. She managed to strangle the Zimbabweans, and in the end that 5-wicket haul was important to bring the USA into the series. What was telling about her bowling performance on that particular day, Eli, was that she ran in and she tried to hit the box, ball in, ball out, and she was able to just keep the Zimbabwean batters guessing either they should go forward or back, and most of them weren't really up for it. And we have seen in the preceding 2 games that she almost changed her length a little bit. She almost just trying to put the ball and trying to hit the stumps, which wasn't necessarily what gave her the success. This time around, she tries to ram it into the ground, doesn't get the patches. Modesta Mpachikwa accepts the gift and cuts it away for 4.
That's just a gift for Modesta Mpachikwa. Eagerly accepts it and puts it away with ease. I love the presence of mind that Zimbabwe have had to put away bad deliveries when they've been given the opportunity, because the United States have not been given those much. Again, with an offer. Finds the field at extra cover. Well placed.
Yeah, it's been a characteristic of the Zimbabwean through the Zimbabweans throughout the series, Eli. They've been able to find the boundaries, and if the tech team is going to sit back and look back at this series and say, where can we improve? I think, chance, big chance. Eli, driven hard and straight back to the bowler. She can't hold on. Disappointment around the field, because they know the type of batter Modesta is, and she is one of those who want to stick around and be a thorn in their side throughout the day. So they will look back at this particular period of play and see if they driven again uppishly this time around to mid-off. Chance for a run out. Norris doesn't make a connection. Modesta and Pachico living dangerously here. End of the over. Zimbabwe 39 for 1. 40 for 1 rather.
The introduction of spin. Trying to slow things down here. The skipper for the USA. Spin off Chudasama. First time in this game. Finding a very compact Modesta Pachico. They were leaving dangerously on a couple of occasions in the previous over. A difficult cotton ball chance that came away. Swept away. This one should definitely run away. It does slow down but does get to the boundary. This is good stuff from Zimbabwe, regularly finding the boundary. They've done so in each of the last 3 overs, including this one. So Zimbabwe just amping up things a bit, especially when it comes to punishing deliveries that are way off the mark.
Yeah, brilliant from Modesta and Pachico, just deflecting it down to 45, which is vacant. Criminal from the captain, really. 2 straight. Does find a little bit of patches and then it drifts further down leg side. This time overcompensation provides the width. Modesta doesn't really get the connection. Should be disappointed because that's a best scoring shot. Nicely played. Pushed down to the fielder at deep mid wicket, who does well. 5 from the over. Zimbabwe moving along nicely. 45 for 1 after the power play.
Kadali from the Gulf Crescent. Well worked. Back of length. Diminutive Modesta Pachico works it or navigates it quite well. These are some of the things that I always find interesting when bowlers are bowling such kind of shortish deliveries to, batters like Modesta Pachico. It won't be of much threat to her because already in the stance that she is, she can easily just work it away. She's not challenged by that, unless if you have got a decent amount of pace, then you can hurry it onto her. So sometimes shortest deliveries to Modesta Pachico, they're just gifts that you're trying to give to her, and she can work it away any way she wants.
Yeah, absolutely. She's more lethal against the short deliveries. So if you want to err on the shortest side of things, you want to make sure that you aren't giving her enough room to stretch her hands and pick out gaps. Either she's just deflecting it behind point, or she's cutting it away in front of point, or pulling. We've seen in this series she's been very good on the pull. So you want to try and make sure you're hitting the stumps, but you're doing so slightly on the fuller side, like that. Nicely bowled, and that's where she got most of her success. With a little bit of rain, a little bit of grass, and the moisture in the air, she will be able to extract some movement. Now the consistency, though, has lagged this morning from the change bowlers for the United States of America.
This works through. And covers for just one, hitting the sweeper on this occasion. A change of having a right-hander coming on strike after a left-hander brings a change in the field sets, and also desires or requires a change in mindset for the bowler. Well bowled. Cut away, and that's cut away very, very well. You know, beat the fielder, was at third man because it was spinning away from it. And 50 comes up for Zimbabwe with that shot. And what a way to end the over. And they've been finding boundaries in each and every over in the past for Zimbabwe. 51 for 1 after 11.
Change of angles to the left-hander. Shudasama, the captain, deciding to try and find ways to tag Chipo Mugeri. Oh, play and a miss, and that was a whisker away from the off stump. It's going to be a bye. Nicely bowled. It's good lines. It's not too straight, not too wide. Just airing around that fourth stump line. And I put away. There is protection. They've done well, Eli, these two. I think this is the 5th time in the series that they have had to dig Zimbabwe out of an early break. Sean Myers, Modesta Mpachiko's opening partner, hasn't had lots of joy in this series, so Chipo Mugeri Tiripano has had to come in quite early. Shock of the coaches when they call out the openers, and Chipo Mugeri walks through as well, Eli, because she's done so literally every game. End of the 12th, 54 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant work from Modestum Pachikwa and Chipomgeri Chiripano, a 50 partnership that they have. 52-run partnership, if I am to be exact. Sean Mars departed, leaving Zimbabwe at 2 for 1. Modesta has done well. She's on 30 from 38. And Ngeri, who's facing now 20 from 33. It's a good ball. Well bowled. Kadali just drawing Ngeri on that front foot. Just getting a little bit of extra bounce on this occasion. 6 boundaries in this partnership of Modestum Pachikwa and Chipomgeri Chiripano. 6 fours to be exact. Driven straight. And this will be boundary number 7 in the partnership. Fantastic shot. Overpitched and sent away as it must be.
Absolute nail of a shot from Chipomgeri Chiripano. There was width on offer. It was a long half volley and it got the treatment. I like the composure with which she went through that shot, but it was thumping Eli. She's not tiptoeing around bad balls. Is Chipomgeri. Six overs on the bounce, Eli, where Zimbabwe have found a boundary. And that will not make the US of A dugout very happy.
Better. Well, as much as it might not make the USA dugout not happy, I think it is a great test for them to identify the areas that they need to work on. And that at this level of international cricket, don't just come in and bowl. And just pitch it up there. Have intent in terms of what you're doing. Be deliberate. Every delivery counts. Lapse in concentration, you get punished. Cracked away. The sweeper will do the work there. Because yes, it's hard having a spell of over 10 overs that you need to constantly be at your best. It's a great test. So you need to be quite well about your wits in terms of how you navigate those overs or spells that you're given to bowl.
A bit of movement and a play and miss to end the over. Another good one for Zimbabwe. 5 coming from it. 58 for 1. It wasn't all that short, but Chipomgeri Chiripano is in a great amount of form here. Just rocks back and punches it to the left of mid-on, who had no chance.
Marvelous shot there from Mugeri Chiripano. Already a boundary off the first delivery. We saw a boundary off the last delivery in the last over. Again pulled away, same region, but better work from Tara Norris. Shooter Sama needs to quickly readjust her lines there. You find yourself that you're bowling it too short to Chiripano, she will punish you. Motors on to 30 now. cut away, but well into the covers. Modesta will feel like she missed out on that occasion because that's within the region where she plays it so well. She knows if she pierces that offside, just gets it over or through the inner circle, she would be in the money, on the runs rather. Still again fails to pierce the boundary or pierce the infield. End of the over. 14 overs done, and it'll be 64 for 1 for Team Zimbabwe. I'm just going to look back at the bowling figures of Tara Norris. Had a magnificent opening spell. Bowled 4 overs for 8 runs and a wicket in that. It's magnificent from Tara Norris. And you find her being brought back into the attack for a second spell. And hoping that she can provide another breakthrough.
Yeah, good idea from the captain. Bringing back arguably her best bowler. Right on the money. Chipomugeri Tiripano. She's had an indifferent, a told Eli where she would look back and see lots of missed opportunities. First game 29, the second one 38, the third one 28, and today 33. 5 starts in 5 games put away. It will only be the one. There is protection in the deep. When you look back at this particular series, Eli, 29, 38, 29, 28, 33, and today again on it 30, 31 currently, or 42 deliveries. You look back at that and look at 5 opportunities to get past 50, but maybe 2 or 3 in that to get the elusive 3 figures. And this is the same thing with Modesta Mpachikwa. I'll just go through that again. She got 16 in the first, 77 in the second, brilliant knock. 34 in the third, 24 in the previous game, and today she's got another start again. She's on 30. And both these ladies will look back at these numbers with a lot of disdain because they know they need to be more ruthless when they find themselves in positions where they are in control of their own innings.
Back to differ with you, Tinashe. You're being a little bit too harsh because they're decent starts that they have had. You get into the latter 20s or 30s, yes, you've had a start. There's always the requirement to convert those into bigger margins, especially as an opener, because you've worked through a time where it's been difficult. You negotiate the new ball, the conditions, short and pull away, but field is well placed on that occasion. But I think it just shows the potential that they have, these ladies. Why I say I'll differ with you, I would say take a look at Chipomugeri's, Tiripano's ODI starts, or the number of matches that she's played in ODI. Not that many compared to the T20s, so ODI does require a different mindset. So I think they are on the right track, but they just need to understand that in ODI you need to convert these starts. 30 is just not good enough. Yes, in T20 that's a magnificent starts that you've had, but in ODI you need to convert it just a little bit more, and if they play a lot more ODIs they'll be able to convert that to the hundreds that you require or so much look forward to, and the bigger margins.
Movement, this time pitched up. And Modesta Pachekwa manages to negotiate that through the over. Another good one from Tara Norris. End of the over. 66 for 1. Lots of conversations off air here. Of course, Eli thinks I'm being harsh. I'm harsh. I like to be harsh. And because the game is harsh, Eli. The game is harsh, and you find the contrast of pulled away. This should find a gap. This is emphatic from Chipumgeri. Finds the gap, gets on one knee, makes sure that she understands exactly where she's hitting it to the left of the fielder, a deep square leg. Who had no chance. Another boundary. Another good start to the over for the Zimbabweans.
It's a magnificent shot. I think it's also a shot to tell you, Tinashe, that I'm well aware of what I have accomplished so far, and I can do better. United States just getting, I think they're losing the plot here, but again, this time we'll hit Tara Norris, who fumbles it, and that's 2 boundaries within the over. Just took an awkward bounce just in front of Tara Norris as she went down to stop that one. But it'll be a welcome boundary for Zimbabwe and a welcome boundary for Tripano.
Yeah, cracked away. A brilliant sweep shot. And I think it's actually Ella Claridge at deep square leg. Eli. And Chipumgeri, 1 away from 40. And this is an opportunity, a big one really, for her to get past that 50 milestone and perhaps even push on. This time she rocks back and punches it down to the deep point fielder and rotate strike. This is magnificent batting from the Zimbabweans. And with another good one for Zimbabwe, 74 for 1. for comeback. The ladies had the pleasure of getting refreshments on the field. The first drinks break is gone. 16 overs. Tara Norris will continue from the golf course end. Chibomugeri driven away, and there's no protection in the deep. She will welcome Tara Norris back with a lovely cover drive that goes to the boundary.
That's a brilliant shot, and that shot will be shot full of confidence as she moves on to 48. Too short and put away. This one is in the gap. And that's 4 again. Back-to-back boundaries for Chipomugeri Tripano. And on both occasions, being given too much room to navigate. Now she does move to 48. Still corrected on the last delivery that she faced. Striking it well. That is Chipomugeri Tripano. Oozing with confidence, and today she looks to try and capitalize on the good starts that she's had, looking to convert. A big shout. That one was just, said it was going leg side a bit. .96 is Chipomugeri's strike rate at the moment. 48 from 50 deliveries that she's faced. Well bowled and well navigated as well. Also, what I like about this is a good comeback from Chipomugeri Tripano. Senior player, Tripano. Inside edge. We'll take it to 49. She missed out on a couple of important opportunities for Zimbabwe. But is back in the side and is showing what she brings to the table. A magnificent player. She's done quite brilliantly. And also is Modesta Mpachikwa, overtaken as the leading run scorer in ODI by Ashley Ndiraya's 81 in the previous game. A record that I think she would love to get back. Pitched up. Turkish outside edge. It's in the gap. How many can they get from here? It'll be kept down to 2.
End of the 17th. Zimbabwe 85 for 1. Just a slight correction there for you, Eli. I think it's going to be a nice battle amongst these batters. Ashley Ndiraya up and down that top run scorer for Zimbabwe, overtaken this morning actually by Modesta Mpachikwa. She was on 391. Now Modesta Mpachikwa has gone over and just went past 400 ODI runs for Zimbabwe, the first to do so. Congratulations to her. Well done, Modesta Mpachikwa. I think she will keep going and churn out more runs for her Zimbabwe.
Good battle is, because Ashley Ndira is still to come to bat, so I'm waiting to see how many she can put up again. So She might still remain as the leading run scorer, but as of now, as of this over, Modeston Pachko is the leading ODI run scorer. And just paddle away, and then that will be the shot that will take Chipomgeri Tripano to a half century. A magnificent one. Well worked, you would say. And comes just after 54 deliveries. Comes with 8 fours to a name and a strike rate of 92. A brilliant stuff from Chipomgeri Tripano. Came to bat when a team was 2 for 1 after losing the wicket of Sean Myers, and has been able to push them through to 87 for 1 with scoring 51 runs of those 87.
Yeah, magnificent from Chipomgeri Tripano. It's as if she's been listening to me. I was relieved to see her get past that 50 mark. And she deserves it, Eli. She's worked so hard in those games, in all those starts, and today this is her opportunity to take that start into, firstly, past the 50, and hopefully with 33 overs still to bat, get past that elusive 3 figures. Speaking about the game being ruthless, Eli, I'm just going to go through Sean Myers' innings this particular series. First game, second bowler, not. Second game, she got a mini start. She got 14, and she also got 14 in the third game. And guess what happens after that? 2 ducks in a row. So when I speak about batters getting stuck in and making sure that they capitalize on even the slightest of stats, it's because I know that there will be a day where one will have your name on it and you walk off without scoring and bothering the scorers.
Well, it does happen, but that does not dismiss the quality of player that Sean is. It's a bad day in the office. A bad series, rather. Ritu Singh looking to try and finish her over. Just floating that one up. And that will be the end of the over. 18 overs done. 88 for 1, Zimbabwe.
Mm, 18 overs gone, Zimbabwe in firm control, 88 for 1. We have seen this happen a few times in this series, Eli, when Zimbabwe have batted first, and they've gotten in controlling situations, and then this bowling change happens. Sanvi Imadi, a 16-year-old sensation, 3 very good bowling performances in a row. The Zimbabweans will need to play Sanvi Imadi very well for them to be able to put a competing total again.
That's worked away. Bring a couple to Zimbabwe's total. It's important to observe those things, talking about bowlers that have done well against you. And just try and find ways in which you can navigate them. Because what I've seen from Madi, only saw in the last game, is that she knows the areas to bowl at, which is just outside off stump. This time strays away. It's put in the gap. It'll be great work from Norris to just keep it to 1. Breezing through over, constantly changing a field set because she's aware of the Left and right hand combination that Zimbabwe have. Bowling to a right hand at the moment. So as a leg spinner, should be trying to take it away from Modesta Mpachikwa. That's worked away. It's in the gap. Lots of work to do for the sweeper, and she does not make it. Decent try to try and stop that one, but it'll be good over for Zimbabwe. They pick up a boundary in it. So it'll take Zimbabwe to 95 at the moment. Modesta into the latter 30s. She's also another player that needs to convert like a partner.
Something that Sanvi Imadi might have benefited from Eli is the fact that every time that she's gotten into the attack, there's been a tumble of wickets around her bowling spells. So she's had to bowl to batters that are not in all the time. This is a different challenge for her today because Chipo Mugeri is in 55 of just 57 deliveries. And then Modesta Mpachikwa is also in 37. That's going to provide a different challenge for her. End of the over, Zimbabwe 96 for 1. Ritu Singh continues. Starts off with a dot ball. Down the ground and pummeled over the top by Modesta Mpachikwa. She's been inviting her to come down the ground and play exactly that shot, flighting it up and down. And this time Modesta Mpachikwa just run down, gets to the pitch, and her nice willow does the rest.
Modesta's been in such nice touch today. She's really attacked the bowling a little more. And now it brings up the 100 for Zimbabwe. Just over number 19. It's 100 for 1.
Fielding change. That shot forcing Ritu to bring Long on down, who's called into action straight away. Modesta Mpachikwa finding a bit of impetus and trying to up the ante. Welcome back, Darlington. While you are away, the rains have threatened. They've moved away a little bit. But we have been able to witness Chipo Mugeri Tiripano's first 50 of the series. And she keeps motoring on. And she's looked in very good touch.
She's been threatening something like this throughout. She has really put on some pretty good numbers so far. She's gotten starts, not really converted them. 33, 28, 38, 29. Last innings before this one. And then against Namibia women in Windhoek. It was her last innings in 2018. She got 27 in that. This is the first time she's crossed 50 in the last 5 knocks.
100 partnership between these two. They've done well coming together at 2 for 1. And they've gone on to put 102 runs together. End of the 20th, 104 for 1. Nicely bowled. It's been a characteristic of Sanvi Imadi's bowling, wicket to wicket. When she gets a little bit of patience, she's threatening that outside edge. When it goes with the arm, that natural variation, she's threatening the stumps. Nicely lifted over deep, over square leg. This should run away. Work for the fielder in the deep. Does well. Oh no, as she trickles over the boundary. Modesta Mpachikwa closing down to that 50 mark. Imadi just erring a little bit on length, and she's punished by Mpachikwa, who's been in impeccable form throughout the series.
Been a little short this over, as Imadi. This time she's right on the money. Tinashe, I've had conversations about cricket for over the last 20 years. I think ruthlessness is a word we use to describe like high quality cricket. And that is quite ruthless. She's come down the ground and gotten it wide of the field inside the circle at mid-on. And that brings up her first 50 of the series. Sorry, that's her second 50. Zimbabwe continues to dominate.
Yeah, very good shot. Just given a little bit of flight and she jumps onto it. Again, using a fake for the second time in 2 overs and finding the boundary. 21 gone, 113 for 1, and Zimbabwe are starting to dominate. Yes, Darlington, 20 years plus, if I remember very well. I think we might have met when I was 12 or 13. Now I've got a 13-year-old myself, so it's been a long time. Yes, but ruthlessness, Darlington, we always speak about that, and sometimes it's a little bit vague. Sometimes it's not entirely clear what we mean by ruthlessness, but for me, I would like to see these two getting past their hundreds. They've gone past their 50s. I want to see them getting past their hundreds. I want to see them starving whoever is sitting in the changing room right now. I want them to have paid rush, because they are in. They've been out there. They've seen most of the bowlers. If they are ruthless, they will make sure they are selfish, and they make sure they are there in the 45th over and enjoy death batting.
Well, we have to be thinking a score pushing 300 if these two batters are able to do that. But there's just another very interesting thing has happened. Modesta Mpachikwa, 408 international runs, becomes the leading scorer for Zimbabwe in women's ODIs. Just past her teammate, Chipo Mugere, who she is batting with now, who had 391 runs and counting.
Darlington, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to correct you there. It's actually Ashlyn Diraya. Yes, you got that right. So Ashlyn Diraya went past Modesta Mpachikwa, and this is very good because this is the senior members of this team who keep putting on the records and pushing each other in that competition amongst themselves is what we need to see happening all the time. 408 runs, the first one to get past the 400 mark. There's an opportunity here for her to just widen that gap a little bit as she rotates the strike. Is pushing one into the deep. Chipo Mugeri Tiripano, 60 not out, best of 71 not out, average of 39, arguably the best Zimbabwe have seen in their colors. We'll speak about this after the over. 115 for one after 22. A somewhat different approach to Sanvi Imadi from the Zimbabweans this morning. You think that's something that they might have discussed and looked into and say, where can we exploit her bowling? What is it that we can try and pick off and take advantage of?
Something we've seen. Both the batters have had plans, different sizes and shapes of players. Tiripano and Mpachikwa. Mpachikwa stayed back a lot, cut and worked the ball through the leg side when it's on the line of the stumps. Scored a lot of runs in that area, and that's another one that she's gotten through, and it's got to find the boundary. And then she's not been afraid of using her feet, Imadi, today as well. And Chipo Tiripano has been more inclined to use the sweep shot. He really gets down to the pitch of the ball and hits it hard, gets it fine behind square, depending on the line. And if it's just outside the line of the off stump, she hits it very hard in front of square. That's deceived her. Expecting that one to carry on down the leg side, but it's turned just enough to find the leading edge. 119 for one.
Down the ground, and she misses everything. Ritu Singh, she's been threatening by tossing it up and inviting the batters to come down, and this time Chipomugei Tiripano has have to walk back after missing one. Great work from the wicket keeper, and the umpire does the same. So she walks back after scoring 60 of 68 deliveries. What a magnificent innings from her, coming in when Zimbabwe were in a bit of trouble. In comes the teenage sensation, a beloved Biza, who, like the rest of the top four, has had some starts and has been given opportunities at the top of the order. It'll be interesting to see how she goes about her business. 119 for 2. Good bowling this from Ritu Singh. Getting rewarded. Getting the elusive wicket of Tiripano. Started well here. And beloved Biza, patient, finally gets off the mark. A bit of bounce from Ritu Singh, who has been very brave, not afraid to toss the ball up. Dot ball to end the over. 121 for 2 after 24.
Mari is going to continue, but Tinashe Chimbambo is going to take a break, and I'm joined by Ruvimbo. Ruvimbo, a really magnificent start for Zimbabwe, 121 for 2. And still 25 and 1 ball. Sorry, and 5 balls to go in this match.
Most definitely, and what a magnificent knock from Chipomgeri Tiripano. Was looking quite flawless there. But obviously, just losing out there, falling short of her ground. Just a quick one. Tinashe Chimbambo looking quite nice and smart, you know, tie and everything. Of course, you won't get to see that here on commentary, but in the commentary box, we do have standards, and Chimbambo is really holding them up quite high. Beloved Biza, as rightfully said by Tinashe, has gotten starts, but maybe just not been able to finish that off. She'll be hoping that today she can get in and amongst some of those big scores. Full face of the bat, good shot there, and Imadi showing exactly why she's part of this setup of the United States of America. Ensuring that she is bowling to her field, making the batsman play towards that. What my hope will be today is that beloved Biza won't be frustrated. that she'll take her time.
Just a quick run through her numbers in the series so far. Got 38 in the first match of the series. Then followed it up with 46, then 7 and 22. Yet to get a 50 in the series, but has been very, very consistent. So it's 123 for 2 after 25.
Well, beautiful scenery there. Usually you can catch a Zimbabwe game without having to pay for it if you live in any one of those. It's called the North Fields. And Modesta Mpachikwa manages to squeeze a run off a misfield there. Captain Chudasama would obviously want to do a little bit better, not to allow any more runs. They would want to put the vice grip on the current run rate here. So Ritu Singh is getting good bounce off the deck. I believe that's one of the things that undid Chipom Geritiripano as she was trying to get to the pitch of the delivery. She's got big on her. She was short of her ground and gone. And there we go, another one that goes big on beloved Biza. They managed to scamper through for a bye, so definitely one to watch out for. It looks like it's coming from very high up in her arm action and really coming off the deck, so good bounce. Turned around the corner but can't find it past the fielder. At 125 for 2. Pulls this one away. Does Modesta Mpachikwa. She will find the sweeper who's out there in the deep mid-wicket area. Only a single will be taken, but at 126 for 2 now, generally your expectation, Darlington, as to how far Zimbabwe should be able to take this in terms of numbers?
I have a little formula I use. Starts at over number 30. I think with 8 wickets in hand, double whatever Zimbabwe has at over number 30, which in this thing would be around 150. Just a little under 150. So I think a score in the 290 range should be the target, because they've had such a good start and they've got still got some real players to come. Captain Josephine Nkomo has also been very successful through this series with the bat, and Modesta Mpachikwa 58 from 75 still looks hungry enough to continue.
Indeed. Mahdi back into the attack and right in the block hole for beloved Biza. Did very well to dig that one out. Really trying to toss it above the eye line, isn't she?
Ashley Ndiraya, probably the next batter in. Got 80 not out in her last appearance for Zimbabwe, which was her personal career best. So there is still, and Laureen Perry probably going to be coming in after her captain at number 7. So there's still quite a lot of batting to come. And given the solid platform that that's been created by Mugeri and Mpachikwa, I think a score around 290 should be the target.
Down the ground, pushes this one out to Tara Norris, who does very well to just cut that down to a single. Past her, most probably it would have been an odd 2 or 3 runs, but good use of the feet by beloved Biza to get herself out of that one. That's flatter and smashed into the covers, but enough protection at the boundary. So good variation I'm seeing here from Imadi. Tossed one over to beloved Biza, has bowled one flatter, tried to bowl just slightly outside the off stump, like we've seen there, more width given, but quite lucky to get away with that one. Beloved Biza would have hoped to have pierced the gap, but that didn't happen. And that's the over, done and dusted. Zimbabwe 130 for 2 after 27. Ritu Singh comes back into the attack to Beloved Biza. Once again, getting big on Beloved Biza. And I believe the ploy here for the USA is also to try and run through the overs as quickly as possible, using their spinners end to end. I mean, all of a sudden you find yourself 4 balls into the over, and you haven't rotated strike, and that kind of forces you to want to do something a bit different. And as we can see, the current run rate has kind of just come down a little bit. Now the current run rate is 4.7. At the time that Chipom Geri Tiripano went out, it was at 5.3. So spin at the moment doing a decent job, finally coming out and just beginning to push that one into the gap and find the single. That's what I'd love to see Beloved Biza do a little bit more often as she finds her feet in this innings.
Beloved Biza under absolutely no pressure, coming in 120 on the board, still loads of wickets in hand, knows she's a striker of a cricket ball and can generally take her time to get going. She's 6 from 21, still to find a boundary. And that's a dismissal. Ritu Singh has picked up another big wicket. This time she's got Modesta Mpachikwa to come down the wicket at her. And she's just chipped it into the mid-wicket. Another very important wicket for the US of A. Mpachikwa has been going really, really beautifully. 59 from 78 deliveries. Strike rate 75. Really been threatening to be part of a really big score for Zimbabwe now. But it is Ritu Singh who picks up her second. Zimbabwe 131 for 3.
Yeah, looks like Ritu Singh was doing all of that bogging down and ultimately forcing Modesta Mpachikwa to try and come down the wicket. Now the 2 established batters are gone. It's a rebuild of some sort. Beloved Biza still relatively new at the crease, only 6 off round about 22 deliveries or so, and Ashley Ndiraya, who's still on naught. So hopefully this for the Zimbabwean team doesn't slow down their scoring rate, and that they can get to the 260, 270 mark. I would believe you may want to revise your 290, Darlington, but once again, I won't steal you from being a betting man, unless if you aren't, Darlington.
Ritu Singh makes betting against the US in this situation very dangerous. She's really come in and bowled well. Picked up 2 big wickets. 6 overs, 2 for 19. Oh, her figures so far. But it's Sanvi Amari. A little delay. Not by Chris Peary wants those stumps in perfect condition before the game continues. Really interesting to watch because Sanveen Mari is bowling very straight at Modesta Mpachikwa, but since Beloved Visa has come in, she's kept that ball quite a long way outside the line of the off stump. This time a little too far.
A little bit too far. I'm not so sure if she's trying to pull Beloved Biza onto the front foot and try and drive through that, or offer her enough width to try and go for that. This time round, it just dabbed onto the leg side, but no single taken. So even when you look at the length as well as the width, trying to pull her out to try and drive or come to the pitch of the delivery as she's done there, and then hope that she would miss it and maybe try get a stumping. They scamper through for a single, and now Ashley Ndiraya comes on strike. A fantastic striker of the ball as well, Ashley Ndiraya, once she gets going. Played a monumental knock in that fourth ODI, and she'll be looking to do that once again today and maybe carry Zimbabwe to that mark that we are all expecting them to do so. So first delivery to Ndiraya. With overcast conditions, Darlington, you mentioned the ball zipping around a little bit earlier on. That's an appeal. And oh well, despite the drama and the appeals, umpire Chris is not having any of that. The over is done and dusted. Yes, ladies, let's get back to our fielding positions.
133 for 3.
Captain Chudasama comes into the attack. And decide against that single. So far, so good for the USA. They have managed to arrest that runaway run rate driven down the ground by Beloved Biza. Will be an easy single. He's able to place that ball there very nicely. So far so good. They are arresting the run rate for Zimbabwe. It has come down from 5.3 all the way to 4.5 at the moment, and the USA will be hoping that they can maybe keep it at this level or even squeeze it a little bit more as they go into the deeper overs. You were expecting from the 30th over going to the 50th that there would be an acceleration. Is that a possibility now, Darlington?
I'd like to imagine that Ashley Ndiraya form, just coming off a big score a couple of days ago. The very talented Beloved Biza, and probably next player in is a captain, Josephine Nkomo, again in very, very good form. And Laureen Peary probably coming at number 7. Good all-rounder. I think that Zimbabwe have the resources to get towards that 290. It's just a question now of just keeping their wickets. They've given a couple of wickets to soft dismissals. Just gonna make sure that these two build a 100-plus run partnership.
Well, Ashley Ndiraya does finally get off the mark. And that is the end of the over. Zimbabwe 135 for 3 after 30. It is the fifth and final one-day international between Zimbabwe and the USA. And Zimbabwe have an unassailable lead, leading 3-1 in the series, albeit through Duckworth Lewis. It looks like the rains have come. And even today we can see a lot of cloud cover around us. A change in options in terms of bowling after that huge spell of spin bowlers rotating. Gitika Kodali comes back into the fray. Ashley Ndiraya will have a first taste of Kodali's spell. Again, good bowling, getting it to just angle across her, but holding its line towards the middle and off stump. Now, Darlington, having been a bowler yourself, what has been impressive to you about the way that Gitika Kodali has gone about business? She picked up her first career fifer in the third ODI in which they won. But what do you think just separates her from some of the other seamers as well within the USA, lineup?
For me, it's just extra height. As a result, there's been extra bounce, but that's just a little too full. And Ashley Ndiraya caresses it away to the backward point boundary. And extra height and the bounce that it creates has caused some problems. A lot of the wickets she got in that 5-wicket haul was when she was pushing batters onto the back foot. And Zimbabweans weren't comfortable with the extra bounce that she got. Today she's gone with a slightly fuller option.
Slightly fuller. And in the boundary that she just conceded, you felt that it was in that full region, but just a little bit too wide, and allowed Ashley Ndiraya to just free her arms and play through it. Oh, that is a beauty. Cuts across Ashley Ndiraya. Went fishing at that one and almost found the edge. So one of the other things as well that does impress me about Kodali is the fact that she does hit a very consistent area as well when she bowls, particularly to the left-handers. But this one finds the gap once again, and it is going to be 4 from Ashley Ndiraya. This is exactly what happens when a batter is in good touch. Give her a little bit of width and she will dispatch you. And those are the two mistakes that Kodali has made in this particular over. Just a little bit too much width and hammered through the covers.
Been a little too full as well both times. Just really has to bring her length back just a little bit. Try and get that length in between. What Ashley Ndiraya is comfortable coming forward to. And this one is down the ground, and this is straight. And that is boundary number 3 in this over for Ashley Ndiraya. Again, Kodali is a little too full. 147 for 3.
So as we're getting into the 32nd over, a highlight there is Ashley Ndiraya has just passed 400 one-day international runs. Has done the business very well, considering that we don't play too many ODIs as ladies. Well, off the back foot, Beloved Biza gets it past the fielder. She's going to get an easy 2 runs. Good intent. So just coming back quickly to Ashley Ndiraya, past 400 runs, and considering that the Lady Chevrons don't tend to play too many ODIs, that's a fantastic feat. Well, looks like there's an edge, and Beloved Biza is gone. It was wide, it was there to be hit. Maybe just not in the best of positions. And it looks like the captain that has picked up the wicket there, Aditiba Chudasama. And whilst everything was looking nice and rosy for Zimbabwe, they lose another wicket.
Again, beautifully bowled. Has been able to find wickets at key moments throughout the series. As Chudasama, this time it's a Beloved Biza who is one who suffers and is replaced by her captain Josephine Nkomo, who has had a very good series.
Right, so Zimbabwe 150 for 4 after 31.3 overs. Josephine Nkomo off the mark. Ashley Ndiraya looking to obviously continue. She's already got 3 boundaries that she's struck, so a clear. And again, another single. Josephine Nkomo was playing a very, very handy in Zimbabwe's ODI series so far. That's the end of the over. 151 for 4 after 32 overs. Indira tries to come down the wicket against Imadi. sweeps at that one, but didn't really get there and didn't catch it cleanly. So once again for beloved Biza, maybe another unsuccessful stint at the crease, and maybe something that they'll be looking to work on as the technical team to get the fullness of the potential out of her. Oh, that was close. Got her bat down quickly enough. That one was bowled flatter to Ashley Ndiraya and almost caught her out.
Been very good at varying her pace. Mzimadi. It's the one that she tosses up just a little bit. Tinashe Chimbambo, who as a younger cricketer was a leg spinner himself, has gushed with praise of this young lady. Leg spin is not really one of the things I know much about, being not really bowled any myself, but Tinashe, as I said, has just been full of praise. 33 gone, 151 for 4.
And of course, it's now time for drinks. After 33 overs, 151 for 4. Zimbabwe going at a current run rate of 4.6. 17 overs to go. And Zimbabwe will be looking to obviously get past the 200 mark, get past 250 and so on. So anyway, we will catch you after the drinks break and bring you more cricketing action from the 5th and final one-day international between Zimbabwe and the USA. So welcome back to all of our viewers watching from around the world. It's the fifth and final ODI between the Zimbabwe women's and the USA women's cricket teams. Has been a really good test of character for both sides. Good performances as well. Josephine Nkomo to face the first ball after drinks, and picks up a single. And Ritu Singh rather, is the one that is going through this, and she picked up two very important wickets, which was of the set and informed batters. That was Chipo Mgeri Tiripano as well as Modesta Mpachikwa. So Ashley Ndiraya now in. That's wide, but doesn't get to the pitch of that particular delivery. But so Ritu Singh just going about her business very wily here. And what I have now noticed as well, Darlington, is she is changing her attack angle to the crease, at times coming close to the blue line, at times closer to the stumps, and that is also allowing her to change angles in her deliveries, whether it's both to the left or right-handed batter.
A very intelligent bowler, Ritu Singh. She's forced two important errors from Zimbabwean batters. For me, also, it's been her control. Really lands the ball in the right place and puts some revolutions on it. It's got some turn. $152 for 4.
Sanvi Imadi into the attack to Josephine Nkomo. That ball also remains low. Josephine Nkomo choosing to leave that one. There's also some very heavy protection for that particular shot to have a backward point and a point. So waiting for that cut shot.
Josephine Nkomo well aware that there's still a little under 16 overs left in this game. She's been in good touch. She knows that she's under no pressure and there's no real reason to hurry. It's time to just have a look and get herself the best chance of making runs here.
So we have been talking about Mardi bowling to her field set, and she's done that very well so far. Tosses that one up once again and well inside the blue line, so doing very well to just keep things tight. Zimbabwe's run rate now is at 4.4, and that one straight on the stumps. So good variation, and that brings us to the end of the over. 152 for 4. Ritu Singh tosses that one up. And despite moving to the pitch of the delivery, doesn't quite get under it. Angled in. So once again, just that adjustment to a run-up, to an attack angle to the crease. Also just getting the batters to have something to think about. This time round, just past the wicket keeper, quick single. Ashley Ndiraya makes it very comfortably on the other end. Good running.
Interesting about that was Gitika Kodali was at backward point, did the fielding, threw it to the further end. I think it's just something we've seen when Ashley Ndiraya, the perception is that she's not very quick between the wickets. So they've thrown that end. That is turned and bounced. Umpire signals the bye. Gotten through Josephine Nkombo's defences. Got past the outside, down the leg side. She gets all the way towards the off stump. And she's playing the off spinners. And that's found the outside edge, I think. Probably not going to get to the boundary. Actually does. And that is a streaky edge. Beautifully bowled by Ritu Singh. And no slip fielder in place. So Josephine Nkomo gets her first boundary.
First boundary. And it just wraps up that particular over. 159 for 4 after 36. A sweep shot for a single for Ashley Ndiraya as she moves on to 16. Of those 16, 3 lovely boundaries that came off Kodali. And that also goes the outside half of the bat, but luckily to no one. So as we are firmly within the last 13 overs, so 40 runs left to get to the 200 mark, and of course maybe what would be a defendable total. One would be hoping that they can get to around about 240. So from here, that's another extra 80 runs just by general calculation. But no harm, no foul, no pressure from us right up here. Tons of wickets that are still in hand. Do they take their time or must they attack, darling?
I think you got the problem is 2 new batters at the crease. And Josephine Nkomo. Imadi's really bowled well at her. Josephine Nkomo very strong when the ball's straight. Imadi's kept the ball quite a long way outside the line of off stump. As a result, been able to keep Josephine Nkomo quiet through this period. 37 gone, 160 for 4.
Well, if you are looking for a good view of this match, I think that would be a tad bit too far. But one of the 5-star hotels here in Zimbabwe, Monumentapa, wouldn't mind a night or two in there to kick up my feet and relax. As Ritu Singh comes back into the attack against Ashley Ndiraya. And again, she continues with a variation, attack angle here and there. And that one is edged past the keeper. It's going to be an easy 2 for Ashley Ndiraya. Maybe this time round, just coming in a little bit too close and allowing Ashley Ndiraya to open up the face of the bat and pick up those singles.
Beautiful pair of bowling in combination between Ritu Singh and Sanvi Imadi. Both have economies just over 3. And as a result, they've really brought down the scoring. Singh's picked up 2 wickets. Imadi still wicketless. But it's been this partnership and a couple of overs from the captain, Chirasama. The spinners have been brought into this game and have really slowed down the scoring. And that's gone quite a long way to work that down towards long leg. It's Ella Claridge who does the fielding.
Yeah, definitely you have to try and do something, especially when you've got this bowling partnership between Imadi and Singh. That's making it very difficult for you to just play in your zones and shots. So moving around the crease, being a little bit more intelligent about pulling some shots out of your locker will definitely help. Well, that one is definitely wide, and I guess also seeing Ashley Ndiraya coming towards it, also tried to push it out. But all she has gained is a wide. Angled in onto the stumps and fended away by Ndiraya. Again, comes down to one knee, but that doesn't go to the bat. That's the end of the over. 165 for 4. Imadi into the attack. A bit wide and punched into the covers for a single. Some deep cover that is out there. Now, one of the other things as well that Darlington, I must speak about the USA, is how they have been able to adjust their field set each and every time a Zimbabwean batter has come out. Clear analysis, clear plans towards each batter. Ashley Ndiraya with a good shot onto the leg side into deep square leg there. They are able to scamper through for 2 after that misfield, but it's clear they know that Ashley Ndiraya does love that deep square leg region when she does come down the wicket. So there you have it. You've got very, very strong cover on the leg side as well. Oh, this time round, just outside the off stump. And that just goes to show that, especially in the game of cricket today, you cannot afford to just go into a match and then have a basic field set. You have to have plans for each and every one of them. And as you can see, this time round, Imadi now trying to keep it on the offside for Ashley Ndiraya.
She's into her last over. Not taking a wicket, but she's really brought some control back into this match for the USA. And again, finds the outside edge. It's just probably going to be 2 runs into that heavy outfield towards third man.
So, 2 similar shots, 2 similar results. 4 runs off the last 2 balls. That's the end of Imadi's spell. Zimbabwe still good for a good total. One also has a general feeling that if there is a time to accelerate and get to a good total, it must be now. Up the ante in terms of their scoring, not risky shots, up the ante. Doesn't go past point, good fielding. Zimbabwe 172 for 4. Ashley Ndiraya has moved on to 26. Josephine Como still in single-digit figures, only 7 so far. Current run rate 4.4. Ah, that's a smashing, cracking drive. Lent into that one, was able to send it all the way to the boundary. Rinku Singh maybe coming a little bit fuller there and allowed Josephine Como to get into her zone.
Strong area for Josephine Gomos down the ground. For the first time, really, the Americans have allowed her to hit there. A little slightly over pitched. But what a quality shot. This time she picks out the fielder. And she's found the gap, the offside, behind square. Should come back for the second. Oh, another quality shot from this quality player.
Oh yes, so that's what you can ask of your captain. And your captain does deliver. This is really good batting here from Josephine Nkomo. This is Ritu Singh, by the way. Just in case you were wondering, is this a new bowler that she's all of a sudden found rhythm against? A straighter delivery. Manages to just tap that one round the corner, but good running as well from Ashley Ndiraya to back that up. So might be a little bit disappointed they didn't get to the ball quickly enough, but such was the calling and the running between the two batters, very experienced and who know each other very, very well. Tossed up and through the cover region only for a single, and that is the end of the over. 40 overs gone, done and dusted. 180 for 4 Zimbabwe, and a change in commentary as Eli is going to be coming through and joining. All right, Eli. Your drinks break was much longer than the ladies, but back in it, Zimbabwe 180 for 4 after 40 overs. Is this the position that you want them to start launching at? Do you think that they've still got more time than I would think they have?
That's 50 over cricket. Normally, in the last 10, that's when you look to accelerate things. But with the way that Zimbabwe are, these two are still trying to build a partnership, though it might come a little bit later on, but they will show some signs of aggression from me going forward. Like that. But the sweeper will pick that one up. Ashley Ndirai has done well, 28. She moves on to Josephine Como. Just also early on into the double figures. It's been a good fight by Team USA. They have come back. Zimbabwe had been on top of their game until the loss of those 3 quick wickets, because they weren't on a 100 partnership for the loss of 1 wicket. But after that, the 81 that they've acquired after that has cost them 3 wickets. Not just any wickets, but quite important ones. So it's a good fight back, good comeback from Team USA. I would want to just keep going around that area. Just be one. Because what it does, it sort of puts Zimbabwe in a similar position in the 4th game. If they continue at this run rate, they will finish around that 250 mark. Will it be enough with the conditions that we have here? It might be just be par. You would want to be around the 280 or 270 region there. 20 or 30 runs more. I feel like the good camaraderie that they have, they will be able to navigate those areas quite well. It's not the first time that they're in this situation. They have batted well together. Even in the last game, they did well. They were able to bring Zimbabwe back into the fight and get to 250. That's a good ball. Good bounce. Drew the batter forward. No one just coming off the seam, so a little bit of extra bounce extracted on that occasion.
Indeed, and I think Darlington the last time was actually talking about Kodali maybe just having to pull her length back a little bit. Whenever she's gone full, this is what has happened, and the sweeper has to come around and do a bit of work. An easy 2 for Ashley Ndirai. And so maybe for Kodali today is to just realize and recognize maybe just a shorter length will help. It seems like there's good bounce off the deck as well. We saw Ritu Singh being able to extract that, so maybe that's something that she also needs to watch out for and try and implement. Oh well, over the keeper, and that's gonna run away for 4. She'll feel quite hard done there, Kodali, but what can you do when those ones fly off the bat and they go all the way to the boundary? Really very little that your wicket keeper or any one of your third man or fine leg boundary riders can be able to do. So that is the end of the over, and it looks like we might just be seeing Ashley Ndirai get a bit of treatment. Maybe a thumb that might be a little bit sore. Zimbabwe 188 for 4. 41 overs gone. Still looking good for a decent total. But obviously, more and more runs will have to be scored from here. 188 for 4 after 41 overs. Current run rate 4.6. Captain Chudasama comes back into the attack. It'll be a captain to captain. Josephine Komov facing. Slightly wider. And Nkomo leaves that one. This time around a little bit closer. But there is a fielder there. A wideish third man. And shortish two as well. Another dot ball straight to the fielder. Tries to go for a booming cover drive. Misses out completely. She did lunge forward, but maybe not across enough to get to where the delivery was. Straight down the ground. Driven powerfully, but only for a single. Ashley Ndiraya, who's now on 34. Looking good, looking solid. I have noticed Josephine Komo just working on the grip on her bat. Bat care, one of the very important aspects of cricket, especially if you want to be a very good batter. And to understand as well how things would be going about. That's the end of the over. And Zimbabwe 189 for 4. But Eli, bat care doesn't necessarily mean that you are the greatest of batters. I tried bat care in my day, and I wasn't a great one.
Well, it's a little bit of preference in terms of how one chooses to take care of the equipment. If you notice some of the international players, I'll take note of Baba Azam. He doesn't like any stains on his bat, so it's always looking like as if it's a new bat. Joe Root is another one. And then there are others who don't care. They take those red marks, white bruises as the signs of battle, that I have been there, fought a good fight. And many memories. Some actually know, oh, this age, that was an age I played off so and so. So it's pretty dependent. Whatever the basics that help you, and that grip is always important, needs to be as tight as possible for you to get a good grip while you're playing your shots. Work leg side, pierces the gap. An opportunity to run into here, because that one's not getting to the boundary, and they easily come back. Ashley Ndiraya still struggling with the leg from the injury that she sustained about a year ago, so she's still trying to work on that leg. You can see her just jumping on it, trying to find ways in which she can navigate about it. She's not fully recovered. That's why I might think she's not being lazy, but she's just trying to take care of that leg, negotiating it as she tries to come back into the side, of which she's done well on the occasions that she's been allowed to bat, batting sensibly on 34. To fall. Work to short fine leg, who does well, but they come through for one.
And really great work there from the short fine leg, because that had gone past for all my days. That was going all the way to the boundary. And Kodali looking to just adjust the field as well for Ashley Ndiraya. This time round, only one fielder in the deep square leg area. So the assumption is she is going to try and push it across Ashley Ndiraya. A third man has been pushed down to the boundary. Shortish fine leg as well. So She decides to go leg side. Just walked across the stumps. And that swatted that one over the deep mid-wicket region for a wonderful boundary. This can be so frustrating, especially as a bowler. You've set it up, you've bowled in that area, and the batsman or the batter has the class and the technique to walk across the stumps and send you to the boundary. Very frustrating for Kodali, but once again moves Ashley Ndiraya to 38.
A good shot it is. Sometimes it's not about how bad a delivery that you've bowled, but just the quality of the batter that you are bowling to. They're able to create gaps and scoring opportunities. As much as batters give you credit for bowling a good ball, also give batters credit for great shots that they play off you. Work to a leg side again. With this one, deep backward square. We'll clean that one up just to keep it to 1. And so we are in that phase where Zimbabwe are trying to accelerate things here. On both occasions, you can see that Ndiraya is trying to pierce that leg side region because there's only one fielder in the deep. Still a little bit concerned about her leg. She keeps feeling at it to see if she is okay. Ashley Ndiraya. Struggling or hobbling. She needs to be careful. You don't want to exacerbate that injury again or just bruise it much more. I'm still trying to recover. Right to her leg side. She's being pushed for 2. And she does. Will she get there? Oh, she does get there. She's in. Umpire Chris Perry. I love the long stare that it will give you. I'm watching. And you struggle to collect that ball. Had that been collected on the first goal, should have been trouble there. Ashley Ndiraya. But a little bit of fumble from Kodalia. And allowed it to get back behind the crease there. Yeah, Chris Perry just showing the bowler that you took your time to take the bells off. You're trying to navigate where they are. Whatever, that's the end of the over. And it will be the Lady Chevrons on 199 for the loss of 4 after 43 overs. That definitely will be a view to have a good look through the stadium with a cup of coffee and a good book. But I don't know if a book would do because you miss out on the action.
Indeed, Eli, indeed. Residents there tend to get freebies every time Zimbabwe is playing rather. Whether it's the men's or the women's team. And right now, it is Our Lady Chevrons. So, Chudasama comes back into the attack, making sure her field is set. Usually when you come to the death overs, this is where an over takes a lot of time to get started. Setting up and putting the right players in the right places. And oh my word, Ashley Ndiraya dances it down, but is bowled by Chudasama. She was struggling with her leg there, as you noticed, Eli, and Zimbabwe lose a very important batter. It's now Zimbabwe down to 5. 199 for 5.
Ashley Ndiraya looking to accelerate things. I would say largely due to the pain that she was feeling. So she was trying to get things going. Came down the wicket, danced past it, and it rocked the stumps. 199 for 5 for the Lady Chevrons. But a good knock that she's at. 39 from 49. It'll be important to see what the Chevrons are able to put on the board from here on. She's done well.
course, with a change in batter, a change in commentary. Tinashe Mbambo coming in. Mbambo.
Thank you so much, Ruvimbo. I always say this, Eli. When things are going well for you, when things are going well out there, sit still. We're going to try and keep the commentators when the change in batting and or bowling happens. Zimbabwe leading strong position. Our midfield, Adeozumono gets off the mark. A bit of a boot off. We'll try and get three. The wheel, she is quick. Eli.
200 comes up for Zimbabwe. 202 to be specific, for the loss of 5 wickets. And they will be happy with where they are. The Lady Chevrons, they've done well. They should be looking to accelerate things here if they can target to get about 70 or so runs in the remaining overs. And they should be pretty safe. It'll be a good total to defend. Looking to work it through the offside on that occasion, Josephine Como. Off the back foot. It's an ideal time to try and look for as many scoring opportunities you get. If you can get a few singles and a couple of boundaries, it'll be good. That's what Josephine Como is trying to do here.
Yeah, frustration. Hitting the fielders 3 times in a row. Josephine Como. Towards the end of an innings, you want to try and tick over the strike as much as possible. As she does, knocks it down to long on. End of the over. 44 gone, 203 for 5. Another bowling change. 6 overs, 20. 1 wicket. Tara Norris come back into the attack. She will also try and come around the wicket this time around, Eli. Perhaps to try and cut down the width and try and cramp Josephine Como for room. Exactly that, but finds the edge, and this is fine, and it's going to run away for 4. Fortunate runs for Zimbabwe, but they won't mind.
I'll take that one as a deliberate edge from Josephine Como, because that was a very vacant area, and with the angle that Norris is trying to bowl from, she's trying to force Josephine Como to go leg side with the angle where they are 3 to 4 boundary riders, but Josephine Gomo's got a different mindset. Say, let me go through that vacant third man area, up in the air, and it's over. Extra cover. He should pick up a couple. Good running from Adeozumono, because she was running towards the danger end.
Yeah, trying to go through the leg side. In case the leading edge, the ball just holding into the surface a little bit. The Zimbabweans who are sitting in the dugout will be pleased to start to see things like that happening. Earlier on, there was a little bit of a shower that would have put a little bit of dampness at the top of the wicket, which means that balls were sliding on. But maybe they're starting to dry up and the ball is starting to hold into the wicket a little bit more. Eli, from 130 for 2, do you think the Zimbabweans will be happy with where they are at the moment? Obviously, we spoke about earlier on when you and I were in the comments box, spoke about the ruthlessness and the ability of the in-batters to go through and make substantial scores. Today, we saw Mopachikwa and Teripano getting past their 50s, but only just. No one really getting deep into the innings and providing the dominance that's needed to turn this score into something above 260 that we haven't seen, particularly in this series.
It would have been important for one of those two to play on and try to stick in as much as possible. That's Modestum Pachikwa and Chipom Geri Tripano. Marvelous work that they did. And those two. Like you do say that, apart from that, the only other notable batter that came in was Ashwin Diraya, who scored 39. Well, Beloved Bees has struggled 10 from 30. But just as much as that may be the case, Zimbabwe might not be happy with it, but you need to give due diligence to the Team USA for bowling well and giving a fight. Yeah, fought well to try and come back here, but still Zimbabwe with an upper hand. 45 overs done. It's 210 for the loss of 5.
.45 gone, 5 overs to go. Zimbabwe, just like the previous ODI, they'll be looking to find a mental milestone here in their heads, trying to get past the 250 mark. And they'll be looking for 40 runs in that particular 4.5 overs that's left in this innings. Eli, where do you find these runs? It's been difficult to put the spinners away, especially when you now have a new batter on the other end.
I guess just finding gaps like that will be crucial. From here on, dot balls should be something that you need to avoid as much as possible. If you can work the spinners for maybe 2 or 3 singles, then try and get 2 boundaries from here on. You will get past that 250 mark. But it'll be important for Josephine Kom, who's now on 30, to take much of the strike as much as possible. That will be important. He will put less pressure on the new batter.
Absolutely. Teams always speak about one in the top 4 or top 3 batting through the innings is providing that stability and perhaps an avenue for dominance when it's time to put the accelerator onto some use. Chedusama has done well, especially in the power play overs. She's been able to just maybe not provide the speed and that the batters look for at the death overs. You want to find a little bit of something to work with. She's been brave. She's taken that responsibility to bowl in the power play overs. 2 wickets she's taken today, but we've seen how consistent she's been, especially in the death overs. In the end of the 46th, 214 rather for 5.
Chidasama's done well. 9 overs as she's bowled, 36 runs conceded, and just 2 wickets as she's picked up. Economy of 4. That's brilliant. Brilliant work. Tara Norris into the attack. 7 overs that she's done. Picked up that early wicket of Sean Myers. Great work. It's a good shot to long on to keep it to 1. This is crunch time for Zimbabwe because from here on they have numbers in their hand. They have 5 wickets in hand and just less than 3 overs to try and get as much as possible. So I wouldn't mind Zimbabwe taking a few risks at the moment. Try and look for a few more boundaries here and there. Worked away leg side. They're pushing for 2. Just be 1. I like the Zimbabwean batters just to have a look at the field set. Yes, Tara is looking to cramp up room by coming around the wicket, but target that offside area. Have a little bit more power, give yourself some room on the leg side and try to open that offside. That'll be wide. Way too short. Overcompensating. Trying to utilize the fielders. Doesn't understand why she's being given a warning for 1 for the over. And he's asking why. That was way too short. It's called wide and still does count as 1 for the over. It doesn't come off the middle. You should pick up 1. I love Adele's wanting to be a bit daring if she can get one that is straight and work it into that vacant third man region there. It should be something that they need to learn to navigate, not try to power hit through the areas where there are no spaces or rather where fielders have been placed. That's a good area. Should pick up 2. And they do it with ease.
Yeah, just as you said, Eli, finding ways to deflect balls into gaps, and also maybe even in some instances, you're preempting some of those shots. If you can see this particular field set, it tells you, gives you a general idea of where the bowler wants to bowl and where they want you to hit for 3 sweepers on the leg side. Right through the gate, Adele Zimuno trying to go through the leg side as was intended by Tara Norris, but this time around just a roll around the fingers from the bowler and she goes through her defenses. Yeah, you can see Josephine Nkomo just suggesting that perhaps she should have gone a little bit straighter. Straighter she will have to do in the next game. Tara Norris gets her 3rd wicket, 220 for 6. Lauren Perry comes to the crease, joins the captain who has done well, 32 of 47, 3 boundaries in there, striking under 70. Should want to improve on that strike rate. .1 overs to go. She needs a willing partner. Is Josephine Nkomo? Is Lauren Perry that person? We have to see. Straight misses out. Just rubs the pads on its way to the keeper, who does well. End of the over, 220 for 6 after 47. Round and heaved over extra cover. A couple of bounces into the fence. Magnificent shot.
Great use of the feet by Josephine Como on that occasion. Timed it well. Went over extra cover. And it's a vacant region that she targets. It will put pressure onto the bowler. And it will be a good start to the over for Zimbabwe. Something that they need. Rocks onto the back foot this time. And finds a well-placed mid-wicket.
Yeah, Chidusama. Excellent reply. Corrects her previous mistake. Doesn't toss it up as much. And again into the deck. Nicely placed this time around. Lorraine Piri is looking for two. Ran out chance. And the arm needs to be stronger. A magnificent shot, that one from Josephine Como to start the over off. Things we're speaking about, just maybe looking at the field, picking off the areas that you want, and then when you get the ball that you are looking for, you execute as well as she did. Change in field, mid-off comes up, sweeper comes up. And it's this type of bravery that she has shown throughout the series. As soon as the new batter is in, she wants to keep the new batter on strike. She wants to steal a couple of dot balls, Eli.
Yeah, brilliant piece of bowling, brilliant pieces of captaincy as well. I mean, the presence of mind to understand that there's a new player in, still trying to figure out how to go about business, and you're motoring into your 10th over as a bowler. Goes leg side. And Pierce's short square leg and gets the single. And that will be the end of the over. That'll be 226 for 6 for Zimbabwe after 48 overs.
You will be tempted to think Duckworth Lewis will have something to say about this game again, Eli, as we do here in Harare and the Highveld. Always get late afternoon rain. And today it's been threatening since morning. Tara Norris, swing and a miss. Not a bad ploy this by Piri, just throwing the kitchen sink at it. If she finds an edge, the third man region is vacant.
And so Josephine is just indicating that walk across the stump, go leg side, it's vacant. Up in the air, missed opportunity there, that should be taken. But failed to mix Miller of that one. Not able to fully grasp it on that occasion. Sanvi Marty. I think Taranos will be pretty impressed with that fielding effort.
Absolutely not. All the seamers I've played with, and again, it's always think anything that's in the air is a catch. And you could tell there she wasn't pleased. Her frustration, obviously, you want anything that is given as an opportunity to go to hand change in field. Shot that man in play. Deep square leg goes to the boundary. Driven down the ground. She doesn't get all of it. It'll still be just the one. This is a part of the game that the Zimbabweans will need to maybe work on. Obviously, you will probably get away with these situations if you are chasing and you don't have to really put your foot down and accelerate down at the beautiful shot over the top. One bounce, two into the rope. A magnificent shot from Piri. And this is the thing I'm speaking about, Eli, finding the power, hitting shots down down towards the end of the 50 over mark.
Well, nowadays everybody needs to make a contribution with the bats, and that's a great effort from Lorraine Piri, using your feet to get to that one and hitting it as straight as possible. Yes, there's long on, but wasn't able to cut that one off, and finds a much required boundary and takes Zimbabwe to 232. I rightly agree with you, Tinashe. They need to work on that part whereby their contributions from the lower order. Fencing at that one, and will be a dot ball. The tailenders need to find ways of scoring runs, putting up some great pieces of cameo. If you can get about 20 or 4, will be good. If you can get 16 or 5, that'll also be good. Use the opportunities whereby people are looking at you as a tailender to score big. Down the track, up in the air, and will fall short again off. Fine leg was halfway in. I think she should have gone for the catch there, but decided just to save 4.
Yeah, again, Tara is not pleased with the effort from Sanvi Imad. Obviously, she will grow and gain the experience and understand that once there's a half chance, you need to try and find ways to put the ball to hand. End of the 49th. Zimbabwe 233 for 6. 250 starting to look like an impossibility. Brilliant shot. Little deflection past the keeper. That'll run away for 4. Good start to the 50th over. It was a bowling change. Like Asheti coming down to close down the proceedings. It seems to have been a bit of a connection with the helmet. And Sarah Dambanevana, rightly so, stopping the game, just making sure that the physiotherapist comes down and do a concussion check. Well, the safety of the players is always the first thing in question. So Farirai, the physiotherapist, will run out there. Eli, how effective are some of these, concussion checks?
They're very important, as much as some might despise them, but they will help us keep better safe just get to know how much of a knock do they take. I've seen a number of occasions whereby batters are pulled off the field of play if the doctor or physiotherapist feel like you're not good enough to go. On this occasion, Harare Imperi is on the fortunate side, so it's deemed good to finish off. Important aspects of cricket, looking out for players. As much as it is a fun game, we do understand there's some dangers that come with it. So you find batters all padded up and have a lot of gear on them. Try and keep them as safe as much as possible. Shot again, great connection. And that'll be well stopped again in the deep by Samvi Imadi this time. Makes a great effort, but they run two. Harare Imperi just trying to get a bit of momentum going into her batting there.
Yeah, top shot again. Shetty choosing to go with the short ball, with the short ball, digging it in. This time around, Harare Imperi equal to the task. Gets two very important runs to the Zimbabwean. Bottom edge this time around. Again, it was shot. Again, it was there to be hit. Again, the field was perfect for it. Eli, there's no sweeper in play on the offside. Any sort of meaningful touch, and that runs away for four. That's been the difference, really. If you look at the death bowling of Tara Norris and Shetty, Tara Norris knows exactly where her boundary riders are, and more often than not, she's forcing pulled away. Just as I say, dug in shot, and the timing was brilliant.
Time to perfection on that occasion. Placement was good. The execution of the shot, brilliant. It's good batting. Great connection. The sound of the bat there, that ball, that'll be music to the batter. Anguish to the bowler as you wince and watch it running away for four. It'll take Zimbabwe to 242. They have two more deliveries to deal with here. If they can get a couple more boundaries, get them close to 250. If they can get maximums, the better.
Driven down the ground, a very important single. It's important not to hog the strike and concede dot balls towards the end of an innings. Piri does that, brings Josephine Como 38 or 51. A little whisper in her head will be telling her to get a not out. Something will be telling her to finish big. What you got, Captain? Goes through the offside, doesn't get all of it. Piri is quick. They will try and get down to the other end for a second one. Finishes not out. 40 not out of 52 is Josephine Como, Zimbabwe. After a shaky start, losing the wicket of opener Shan Myers in the first over, rallied Eli, and at the end of 50 overs, 246 for 6.
Yeah, definitely some great efforts by Team Zimbabwe to get to what will be a respectable total of just over 246 runs that they managed to get, and the loss of 6 wickets. And they've done very, very well. Modesta Mpachi, top of the order, she did quite well there, scoring 59 runs of 78, with the strike rate of just over around 75. Sean Myers, still a lot of work to do there. Went for naught on facing the first delivery, trying to heave it leg side, but found a well-placed fielder. Chipom Gerechipano, a brilliant performance he has, 60 from 68, and managed to hit 8 fours in that occasion. Strike rate of 83. Beloved Biza, still trying to find a feat in ODI. He just managed 10 of 30. Then Ashley Ndiraya, who's been marvelous in this tournament, 39 of 49, a brilliant one. Josephine Como, the captain, also an outstanding performance of 40 from 52. And then Adele Zumunu 7. And then a little cameo of 14 or 14 from Lolempi takes them to that total of 246 for 6 in 50 overs.
Thank you, Eli. The bowling, the United States of America, starting things off was Tara Norris. SGS does all series long. 9 overs, no maidens today, 40 runs, 2 wickets, economy rate of 4.44. Leka Chetty, 5 overs, 33, 7.2 runs in over. She was a little bit expensive, and that last over was a mirror of how she's bowled all game long. Gitika Kodali, 5-wicket haul in the third, but since then she has struggled to take wickets today, going for 46 in her 6 overs, 7.66 runs to the over. Aditima Chudusama, the captain, 10 overs, 42, 2 wickets, 4.2 runs in over. Brilliant as she has been all series long. Ritu Singh, magnificent with the off spinners today, bowled at 10 for 37, 2 wickets, and the most important wicket of Tiripano, who was just threatening to chase that 3 figures. And then to me, again, third match running, Sanvi Imadi, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 36 runs, no wickets today, but a magnificent best of the lot economy rate of 3.6 runs and over. 16-year-old who is taking a liking to international cricket. We're going to take lunch, and when we come back, Zimbabwe will try and defend their tally of 246 for 6. Do not get away. We will be looking forward to meeting you guys after lunch.
right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Just before we get into the second innings, there is going to be a cap presentation here. It looks like Nomvelo Sibanda, who is taking a rest today, is going to be handing the cap over to Tendai Makusha, who is making her one-day international debut today. What a proud moment. Obviously, a few words. Hold this cap dearly. Treat it with the honor and the respect it deserves, and more importantly, have fun out there. So always a beautiful moment to actually see an experienced player being able to give that cap at Darlington.
Yeah, one of those things I think you'll never forget as long as you live and play and watch and are involved in the game. You're always going to remember this moment. It's just one of those things. We've seen some young talent have good games throughout the series. It'll be really wonderful to see her get a good start to her career. Zimbabwe have set a very good score, 247, and the USA is what needed 247 to win. 246 Zimbabweans made, and now she's coming in to as a bowler with a target that's going to be defendable. So just a quick run through what happened today. The United States of America won the toss and elected to bowl first. And they all got a good start because it was Sean Myers foul just one ball again today without scoring early on. And then there was a big partnership between Mpachikwa and Tiripano. And Beloved Biza got 10. Ashley Ndiraya got 39, and it was the captain at the end with 40 from 52. And Lorin Piri, 14 from 14. That got Zimbabwe to 246 in their 50 overs. Tara Norris picked up 2 for 40. Moditiba Chirasama, the captain, 2 for 42. And Ritu Singh, off spinner, picked up 2 for 37 in her 10. So the umpires are on their way out to the middle. Christopher Piri. And alongside him is a women's umpire just back from internationals. She was at the ICC T20 World Cup, the one that New Zealand won for the first time. She officiated in that. Had the privilege of watching that final here at Harare Sports Club with her after the 4th ODI. Sera Dambanewana. It is the captain herself who's going to take the new ball, it looks like. Josephine Nkomo. First time she has led Zimbabwe for a full series. And she's got the series win. Wants to make sure that they finish this work emphatically today. Modesta Mpachikwa at the top right-hand corner of your screen. Leading run scorer through this one-day international series. Chetna Pagidiala is the batter on strike, and at the non-striker's end is Disha Dingra. Josephine Nkomo is the leading wicket taker of this series so far. And that's the first ball of the game, and yes, we're away. And immediately the USA are off the mark. It's Adele Zimunu who has to do the fielding towards the backward square leg boundary.
Bit of a straightish delivery onto the pads and flicked away onto the leg side. So does allow the USA to chip 2 runs away from the 247 that they need to get. Pagidia coming in for this exact purpose, trying to get some runs on the board. It wasn't easy, particularly in the last ODI, albeit rain did come and affect proceedings, but it was very tight bowling from Zimbabwe. They will hope to repeat that feat today and hope that they'll bowl in good tandem and in partnerships. Right on the money from Josephine Como. I believe the first delivery was just maybe a little bit too straight, but this time round just aiming for it to be able to tail back in to roundabout off or middle and off, so that makes it very difficult for the batter to get it away and forces you to play at each and every delivery coming through to you. This time round again a little bit on the leg side, but Adele Zimunu able to pick up on that one. So far 4 deliveries gone, already 2 runs picked up initially. Bowling plans, Darlington, what will you be expecting from Zimbabwe?
I think the key thing is just to make sure you're on around that off stump at both batters, bringing them forward as much as possible. Don't really look to try and bowl wicket-taking deliveries. Just make sure you maintain and sustain some pressure. Make them be the first to try something spectacular. I think it's also just about getting through that power play with anything sort of around 30 or 35 is going to be a very good result for that power play. Probably pitched outside the line of leg stump. 2 slightly less experienced seam bowlers playing today. Into the first gone. It's 2 runs from it. It's the 2. Adele Zimunu got her debut in the 4th ODI. And you did see the capping ceremony just before we started this match for Tendai Makusha. So that might be a bit of a problem. 2 inexperienced players in your bowling lineup. Again, it's been good to see a couple of people get some opportunities. Audrey Mazishaya is taking the ball from the city end. Generally, her captain has preferred to bowl her first few overs from there, as the left arm seamer Mvelo Sibanda has chosen to bowl the first over from this golf course end. Really, that's a good sharp start from Mazishaya. Little too straight. But you do see a little bit of movement out there for her.
Well, it looks like the new ball is doing a little bit of something. Did see the USA also getting some good swing as well off this deck, so maybe make good use of the new ball as soon as possible. More importantly for the USA, they picked up a wicket very early on, in fact off the first ball. So Zimbabwe would want to also pick up an early wicket within the power play, maybe get 1 or 2. That might just be able to help them keep on applying the pressure. A packed offside field. A little concerned that Ashley Ndiraya is out in the field in the covers there, considering that she was limping during her batting. Would want to get her to rest as much as possible. There are other assignments coming up, and this one was edged all the way down to third man. The debutant Tendai Makusha gets her first feel of ODI action with the ball. wasn't able to bat. So with the job being done by all those that went before her, so this was the first time of her really feeling a live ball in an ODI match. Isn't that jittery, darling?
Tell you when the jitters are actually going to go through is when the captain says, Tendai, you're up that end. Know that her heart rate's going to go through the roof. But all you've got to do is just trust the processes that have brought you to this level. You just repeat the things that you've done to get here. And then just trust that your teammates are going to support you throughout. Much better length from Mazishaya, a little fuller. I'm going to try and give the ball as much time as you can for it to swing on overcast days like this. Really want to make sure your opponents are playing off the front foot. That's good work. That mid-wicket from the captain, Josephine Gomo. Ensure that there was no thought of a single. End of the second over, 5 for none.
Well, today no poachers on Northfields who are enjoying some free cricket action. Well, it would have still been free for them to actually come in.
I don't think it's poaching if you understand the price of one of those apartments. I think it's just called, I think they call them amenities or positive externalities. You've paid those sort of numbers for accommodation. That's a good start from Josephine Nkoma. A little bit of swing for her. No longer an apartment at those prices. I think they call penthouses once they get above a certain threshold. That's a good looking shot. It's straight to backward point. Lorraine Perry does the fielding. Mazishaya, I'm talking about her earlier. She's in your picture. That's her at first slip. This time she finds a gap, but it's only down to sweeper. It's Adele Zimunu who does the fielding.
A good shot, cracking shot from Adisha Dingra. She has shown lots of promise on this tour. I'm sure she will be looking to kick on from here in terms of her career. A very good offside player. Good cracking shots through the covers. Pagidiala has to face Josephine Como. That one just sliding down leg side. Maybe if it had started just outside off stump, it would have been a really good LBW shout. But just starting on middle stump and kept on sliding down leg side. And considering where Pagidiala is taking a stance. You can see middle and off stump very clearly. Again, just sliding onto the leg side. They take a quick single. And I think for Zimbabwe, they might need to be slightly sharper in the field if they're going to stop some of those singles. That's the end of the third over. And a 7 without loss. Audrey Mazishaya is going to continue in her opening bowling spell alongside the captain. Started off quite sharply, but as you mentioned, Darlington, a little bit too straight at times. Maybe that might prove to be a bit of a challenge if the USA can continue to just nick off some of those singles and runs. This time round, just wider off stump, trying to encourage the drive or the cut shot. It is a very packed offside field. As you can see, lots of experience in there. Chipom Geri Tiripano, it looks like Adele Zimunu is right in there. Ashley Ndiraya on slip. Wide, cut, and is going to go and be cut off. So good fielding. Coming all the way from a fine leg position, or rather from a third man position, and being able to pick that one up and just restrict it to 2 was really good work.
Pagidiala moves on to 7. Just again a little short this time. Mazishaya. Adel Zimono in that packed offside field does the fielding from much better length. Couple of good ones so far in this over. Gave a couple of runs away early on, but she's come back very nicely. And it's a pull shot and absolutely hammered to the boundary.
Oh, she caught that sweetly. Went like a tracer bullet to the boundary. Nothing that Makusha could do. And guess once you're bowling it short, remember this pitch is giving you good carry. And so once the batter gets on top of it, you are gone. Much better delivery, good comeback. One of the things is that it looks like with Pagidiala, once it's hit, it stays hit. 4 overs gone, and it is the USA 13 without loss.
Off the outside edge, and it looks like it's going to run down to third man. And that is sensational work on the boundary. She's been getting the ball to swing around just a little bit, Josephine. None of them have gone to hand. This time she's found the outside edge again.
So at the moment, measured approach in this power play for the USA. They do know that many overs are to come. Won't be too worried about the run rate. Will be a bit more concerned about making sure that they've got enough wickets in hand to get the job done. We saw the kind of hand that Ella Claridge played in the last ODI, albeit it was a loss. We know what Anika Kolan can do. Chudasama as well. Very capable and handy batters in the USA lineup. So, oh, well, Josephine Komo just pulling Paji Diala, or rather Disha Dingre, to the front foot and almost finding the edge. So that is exactly what is tricky about Josephine Komo. Very skiddy bowler, and once it does hit the deck, it can just swing away. This time round, just pushed straight to the fielder, and Disha Dhingra sent back. Actually apologizes to Pagi Diala for wanting to take such a risky single. So a couple of interesting gaps that have been left within the field, with cover much deeper. Oh, there we go. Once again, the foot not getting towards the line of the delivery and misses out on that big booming drive that she had wanted to partake in. And so that is it for that particular over. It is Zimbabwe, rather it is the USA 15 without loss after 5. WODI Shire comes back into the attack against Pagidiala, who cracked a 4 off of her. So she'll also be wary not to stray down leg side. This time round, just floated that one. We do hope that there is no injury there, but Chipom Geri Tiripano still on the turf and slowly but gingerly getting up to her feet. Looks like she'll be all right. It was a good stop. That one was definitely going for 4. Edges this one through the 2 fielders. This one is going to run away for 4. Great attempt, but Lauren Perry was not going to catch up with that one. Just placed that one through the gap. The boundary for the USA. This time round decides to come round the wicket. Maybe try and cramp her for room. Maybe just the general feeling here for Marshaya was maybe the desire to want to try and push it outside off stump and not getting it to maybe pitch round about leg stump and go across the batter. So getting that line right can also be a little bit of a challenge, but it does come with the territory. That's part of international cricket, and execution and delivery of that becomes of the essence. Wide cut past the fielder, off to the boundary. Far too much width on offer from Marshaya, and Pagidiala obliged by sending that one all the way to the boundary. So Marshaya here a little bit too expensive. Straighter tries to go for a run, but good fielding from the captain ensures that no run is gotten there. And so end of the 6th over, and the USA 23 without loss. Josephine Como comes back in. Punched straight down the ground from Disha Dingra. Disha Dingra still on 4. But at this moment, he's just allowing Pagidiala to be a bit more aggressive. He scored 19 of those runs. That one is wide, cracked through the covers. Adel Zimunu is right at the boundary and will cut that off and ensure it's just only one. And the left hand, right hand combo obviously forces US fielders to always be chopping and changing. Ashley Ndiraya goes into a slip position here for Pagidiala. Good delivery. Started in the right line and tailed back in. Oh, chipped, but unfortunately dropped short of the captain. A leading edge was quick to close the face of the bat. And that was a chance. Josephine Como not able to get to that one. So Nkomo bowling really, really well here. That one is straying down leg side. That's why her celebration, or rather her appeal, was muted very quickly. Always been a mystery for others how somebody from square leg can appeal. This time round goes down leg side, it's wide. Just talking about appeals, you can be at square leg and make an appeal even though you saw absolutely nothing. It's always good to help out the rest of the teammates who thought they saw something. A bit straighter. Clips it onto the leg side for an easy single as well. And maybe, just maybe, needs to be a little bit of an adjustment in the field set to try and cut off those runs. But it's the end of the 7th over, 26 without loss. Mazishaya back into the attack. And hopefully this time round, we're looking to have a couple of plans that she can work against Paji Diala, who seems to really be just waiting for that bad delivery that could come from Mazishaya, and we've seen a number of those being put away. Straighter, and still no run there. Finds a bit of width, but that one got a little bit big on her, so the issue of bounce hasn't really gone away. And of course, it's still early days. It's the 8th over, so the ball still a bit new there, and you can expect it to be, if you hit the deck a bit hard, then you should get the bounce, Darlington.
It's been a good little period for Zimbabwe. Just 26 runs so far. Yes, you're right. As long as you get the ball in the right areas here, there's just a little bit of help, a little assistance. In the right areas and bowl it with some energy. As a seamer. Assistance. $27 for none. That's a beauty. Majority of them have been swinging in towards stumps. That one's just held its line and carried on through to keeper Mpachikwa. That's found the gap. It's Adel Zimunu who's after it. Keeps it down to just 2 runs. It's a little too straight from Nkomo on that occasion. Chetna Pagidiala, 21 from 35. Disha Dingra, 5 from 15. This is probably going to be the last over from this Josephine Nkomo spell. She's taken one end through this power play. I think it's a realization. You got 2 inexperienced seamers. You've got to do some of the overs between them. Just making sure that she doesn't bowl her inexperienced seamers in the power play. Zimunu got her debut a couple of days back. And Tendai Makusha debuted today. So she's taken on the responsibility of getting through the power play without too much expense, and has been able to do that successfully. 5 overs gone for her, and just 13 runs from it. 9 gone, and it's 30 for none. WODI must be shy. It's given a little width, but there is protection on the boundary. Tendai Makusha does the fielding. And that's found the outside edge. There is protection on the boundary. It's just a single to Pagidiala. It's too straight. There is a fielder inside the circle. Pagidiala gets in safely. Really good power play for the Zimbabweans. Just probably one disappointment. The inability to pick up 1 or 2 wickets in that power play. Has raised the required run rate. It was just below 5 at the beginning of this USA innings. Now it's risen to 5.3. A good bowling partnership from Mazishaya and the captain Josephine Nkomo. I think I did say earlier, after a question, what I thought would be a good target for Zimbabwe, and I thought a score around 35 in this power play would be good. And this is pulled away. Getting too short from Mazishaya. And Pagidiala has shown she's very quick to play that shot. Second time she scored in that area of the ground. I'd said 35 was a good target, I think, and I think they've achieved that. It's 37, still one ball left. But I think anything around 40 would be a really, really, really good power play, with just the one disappointment not picking up a wicket. That's the end of the 10th over, end of the power play. The United States of America 37 for none. Chitna Pagijala, 28 from 43, strike rate 65. And she's looked good from the time she arrived at the crease. And this time she's found a gap through the offside. We did see after the resumption, after the rain delay, day before yesterday during the fourth ODI, 16 overs were lost. So only maximum number of bowlers allowed per bowler was 7 for 3 bowlers and 6 for 2. And when the play resumed, Josephine Nkomo had actually bowled 7. The thing she's got to do is try and get the younger, less experienced bowlers through their overs in this earlier half of the innings. Still got a lot of bowlers in that side. Inda Chare's leg spin. After he's up, bowls some off spin. Lauren Piri also bowls off spin. Saw a real change in the current run rate when the American spinners bowled to Zimbabwe. 11 gone, 42 for none. And it is the debutant, Tendai Makusha, who is going to bowl for the first time in a one-day international for Zimbabwe. And she starts out a little down the leg. That's off the pads, I think. As does umpire Sarah Dambanewana. Bit of swing for her. This is Sean Mayers, who's on the boundary, does the fielding for Zimbabwe.
Strong run up. Looks to try and hit the deck. She will try and rev up the speeds. She'll probably be the quickest amongst the Zimbabwean pace bowlers. Maybe just competing with Josephine Como, who does get it past that 105, 106 kilometers an hour. Much better lines, push down the ground, run out chance. And the throw isn't as good as you had expected. A 45 for no loss after 11.3. The Americans would be pleased because they haven't lost a wicket, but they would want to take more singles around this particular period. Just like that, a bit of bounce. A bit of bounce from that one, just going big on Dingra.
This is good to see. I like to see when bowlers aren't shy to try and really let it rip. Aren't shy to try and bowl quick. Might be a little expensive early on in their careers until they really get their processes correct. Can really win matches, and this one's 2-4. And that is a boundary.
Yeah, full, straight. I said earlier on, she looks the good prospect is Padigiala. Just punches it down. Makusha will be disappointed because she had a chance to stop that particular ball from going past her. And this is good from the Americans picking off the old boundary, and with that they bring up their 50 in 11.5 overs. There's still a long way to go. 197 still needed, but they will take a lot of confidence from the start that they've had, and only now even the progression of this partnership, their first wicket partnership that went past 50.
And this found the edge. And Mpachik was not able to catch up with it. And it's another boundary to end over number 12. 54 for none. To way to the leg side. Such an important partnership for the United States of America. 191 runs they need to win. It's been the first time that any side has gotten a 50-plus run partnership for the first wicket.
When I was off air and I was listening, and you spoke about the inability of the Zimbabweans to break this partnership. You expressed how they might be pleased with the way the power play went, with the exception of not taking that wicket. And I look around and I struggle to see, really, apart from a batter making a real mistake, I struggle to see where the idea of where they might get that wicket might come from. Obviously, 5 in the ring, field well spread, sweepers. I don't see any attacking intent to try and break this partnership from the captain, Josephine Como.
Went too defensive too early, almost. Just saw in Makusha's first over, really would have been useful to have had a slip in there. And it carried through towards that first slip area at a very, very nice height. It's called wide. Someone must feel a little hard done by. One of those ones that I think is probably a 50-50. You want the 50-50s to go your way.
Nicely bowled, quick single. And they are quick, these two. A good awareness from Padegiala. Just realizing that the two fielders at mid, on and off are just hanging back a little bit, trying to close out the over without a boundary. And they scamper through for a single. End of the 13th. In the United States of America, 59 for no loss. Darlington, we need to have a look at Josephine Koma because she seems as if she's got communication with us. And straight away, she's dragged herself out of mid-wicket and placed herself into a sleep position. Still a little bit worried that perhaps she might be a little bit too deep.
Yeah, we just saw the one that went through there off the bat of Pagi Diala in the last over, previous over. Not sure that even that would carry to where Josephine Nkomo is right now. I really believe she's got to come up a couple of paces. This does definitely look like a real sensation in the making. Really impressed by just the way she really runs in wholeheartedly. It's nice high action. Hits the deck hard and lands the ball on the seam. And again, she's gone past the outside edge.
I agree with you, Darlington. It's a real prospect, this Tendai Makusha. Coming into this team at the back of some reasonable performances in the Pro 50 and T20 Challenge, goes past the outside edge again, clearly beating Dingra for pace.
Has a physical sort of makeup that, for me, reminds me a bit of Gitika Kodali. Really quite big in the shoulders and just above average height. And has that ability to really hit the deck hard. This has been a good over. This time it's driven out towards the cover boundary. Sean Mayers does the fielding and completes what is a very good over from Tendai Makusha. 61 for none.
Adele Zimono starts off with a wide and just gives the Americans a run, which in the context of the game might become important, Darlington, because these extras, they tally up, and in the end, if you look back at the end of the innings, if you bought 6 wides, that means essentially you've bought 51 overs at your opposition. And the more wides you bowl, the more chances for the opposition to perpetuate and make it count against you.
It's something you just got to get it right as a discipline. And expect yourself to bowl some extra overs. This time it's a pull shot, but there is protection back on the boundary. Oh, and there's a misfield on the boundary. And it's Olinda Chare who has the mini disaster on the boundary. That one's going to be wide.
played away again through backward square. This time around, Olinda Chare manages to collect. Doesn't stop the second run from coming. And Josephine Como just posing a frustrated figure, indiscipline from both her fielders and her bowler. And you can see the frustration from her. She's trying to usher out instructions, the angles. And Modesta Mpachekwa, the wicket keeper, who's more central and able to pick up these little things, is in helping as well. So you can see the few things that the captain, and that single brings up the 50 for Padiala. What an innings it's been. Almost playing a single hand in this innings, 71 for no loss, and she's got 50 of them. What a player.
She's been really outstanding. Scored runs all around the ground. Favorite area for her has been towards that area around backward point, and then has pulled with some real power and authority and then down the ground. Just inside that line, prevents it being called wide. Strike rate for Chetna Pagidiala is 86.2. Partner Disha Dingra 13 from 30. Strike rate half that, 43. But this is a good shot from Disha Dingra. Just a little punch down the ground. She's coming to the party too. 15 gone, 75 for none.
15 overs gone, and the players have just enjoyed an on-field drink. There will be a change in commentary. Darlington Matambanazo just taking a breather. I am joined by Eli Tawanda. The USA 75 for no loss, 5 runs and over. They've been able to achieve the required rate, 4.9, still requiring another 172 runs to win. What a platform this is for the United States of America, Eli.
Good afternoon, Tinashe. Good afternoon to our viewers. A fantastic place that the United States find themselves in. 15 overs done. They're already 75 for no loss. A brilliant partnership that is happening. Padial already on 50, which is a good place to be. And they have a platform to launch on from here. Everything is working in their favor. Pound for pound with what is required in terms of scoring. Scoring at 5.9 is what's required. Even Stevens, you'd say. Zimbabwe failing to just find that bowler who's got the keys to unlock that wickets column, still or not. So it'll be pretty interesting to see who Josephine turns to. Shot. It's played very well with power, and that'll run away for 4. In cricket, if you hit it past the bowler and with a little bit of power, no matter who you are, you have to have Usain Bolt's legs to catch up with it.
Absolute belter of a cricket shot from Padigiala. She has taken a liking to Makusha. Of course, Makusha over-pitching slightly in that occasion, and I guess the punishment. 81 for no loss after 15.1. Obviously, Makusha starting that over with 2 wides and then that boundary. So essentially, she's gone for 6 off the first ball, Eli. Problems for Josephine Como, who, like I said just before the drinks break, wasn't entirely happy with the way things were proceeding. And you can still see just at the bottom left of your screens, she's quite worried about the way things are going out there. Nicely bowled, and the LPW shout. Sayanda Maniwana, who's just come off the World T20 competition out in the UAE, says that is probably pitching down leg side, and as such, she wasn't interested.
Ten extras already from Zimbabwe, 9 wides and 1 leg by. More than half of what they were given by Team USA. You only gave them 17 in the whole 50 overs. And Zimbabwe wanted to give away 10 in only 15 overs. So that's pretty something that would be concerned about. It's wide-ish, but Igala does well to get back on it. This is a test of captaincy where you are looking for wickets. Test to your bowlers to say who will raise their hand and say that I will provide the breakthrough that you need. And as well, there needs to be a little bit more from the senior players. Try and work out some bit of analytics of how to get these 2 out. That's a good shout. I'm not interested on that occasion.
Slashed away over point. There is work for Lorin Piri, who does well. And comes back for 2 is Dingra. end of the over. The United States of America 84 for no loss after 16. Change of bowling. First look in this particular series. Obviously, she did play in the fourth one-dayer, but this is the first time Lorraine Peary has had to say something with the ball. She'll bowl off spinners. She'll try and extract some 10 and bounce off the wicket. And she will be bowling to Chetna Padigiala, 55 of 62. Achieving this feat on debut, Eli. What a prospect this will be for the US of A, just 16 years of age.
Fantastic numbers for a 16-year-old on debut. What do you call it? A wider loosener. When you're called upon by your country to give some sort of respectability into the series and try to get a win, and you do this on the first day that you're given your first cap for your nation. And I'll tell you what, she plays it very well. You're wondering why did they not give her a debut on the first day. Could have been a different series altogether than they would have had. But anyway, cricket is not a game where you play with what ifs. You play the game that's in front of you, and she's doing justice to the game that she's been given. I'm hoping that in the future she will be the first one to be called up. Big Eve in the air, fielder under it, dropped. That one just pops out of the hands of the fielder there. What a drop.
Yeah, not making a decision. Is she going for it? Is she letting it bounce, and in the end, stuck in the middle? She doesn't really get under the ball, which the coaches around, Audrey Mazwishaya, the coaches around will tell you, try and do most of your work before the ball gets to you. Get under the delivery and settle down. She did neither, and in the end, with the help of a dive, doesn't really collect. Very frustrated is Josephine Komoy, and the bowler Lorraine Peary disappointed as well. Second chance put down in this particular innings, and Disha Dhingra, who has had her struggles in this innings, 19 or 34 deliveries, will be thanking her gods for another chance, and again another wide from Lorraine Peary. The discipline, Eli, has been lacking from the Zimbabweans.
In all aspects, bowling to your lens and lines, and also taking catches. Audrey Mazwishaya on that occasion just dropping a sitter, you would say, making a mill of it. Just hope that you don't rule that missed opportunity. Disha Dhingra only on 20 from 35. Looked away, we worked away down to leg side. Adelson just does well to keep it to 2. Frustrations continue for Josephine Komo and her side. That's worked past backward point, not a runaway for 4. Misfills have been happening. Catches have been dropped. It's not a good position Josephine Como's got her hands on her hips in frustration. But good work by the United States. They are making use of the mistakes that they're being gifted to by Zimbabwe, utilizing them fully. That's what you need to do when a side gives you opportunities to score. And that's the end of the 17th over. It'll be 94 for no loss for Team USA.
Spin from both ends as the leg spins of Olinda Chare come into play. Starts off with a long hop that Dingra misses out on. She will be disappointed because there was width to play with. A much better delivery, given lots of air. She thought about it, did Dingra. Do I go over the top of mid-off? In the end, just deciding to block it. Another misfield. That's been a characteristic, really, today from the Zimbabwean outfit. Balls through the legs. Lots of misfields in the ring. This time around, that contemplation has been put into play. She was thinking of going over the top, and this time she does, and does so with great execution. What a shot from Dingra.
Dingra making Zimbabwe pay for that drop catch. Cashes in on that occasion. She finds a boundary with ease. Gets Team USA to 98. They're cruising. 5.5 is what they're scoring at. And then with each boundary they get, required run rate drops a point or so. Changes in the field. Floated up, hit straight. Again, that'll be 4. Beats the field up. The diving effort is just to show you that I could not make it, but that was well struck again by Dingra. That'll be 4 runs.
Ruthless, Eli. That is ruthless from Natisha Dingra. She has had her struggles. We spoke about this with the seamers, and she was struggling to get around. And with that boundary, that brings up the 102 for no loss, 17.5 overs. A partnership of 102 from these two. They've managed to pace themselves. Apadigyala finding it easy initially, and Chetna and Disha having the presence of mind to play their games and making sure that they complement each other. And this is ruthless stuff from the Americans, and I know that there is always a conversation around that, especially with you and I, Eli. We did speak about the ruthlessness issue in the Zimbabwean innings, and these two are showing us exactly how it's done. 102 for no loss after 18.
It's worked away for a single. This just shows you the amount of work that Team USA has been putting to try to elevate their game, and this pair is showing the trust that they've been given, particularly to Padigyala on debut. Floated up again, and Pierce says that offside. It'll run away for another boundary. And the fielding leaving a lot to be desired on that occasion. Should never allow a ball to beat you when it is that close to you. Thick and fast are the boundaries coming, and coming with ease, even in areas where they're fielders. This time on the onside. A bit of work there for beloved Biza. Also, some of the players on the Zim side, they're already hanging their heads, giving up the fight, and say, I have to share a bit of words with them. You're still in this. If you can pick up 3 quick wickets, you can bring yourself back in the game. Whatever, you need to start by bowling and fielding well. That's what you need to do. And how you do that is by coming up with a couple or so maiden overs. It'll bring you back in the game. And well worked again. Floated up just outside Ostam. Gives it enough time to just work it through the covers. And that'll be wide. As we come to just one more delivery, I would ask you, Tinashe, to remind me of something important that I've just noted here for Zimbabwe. That we will talk about in the next over, because leg side, wide again. Struggling with the lines and length as Lorraine. Extras are coming in thick and fast as well. Becoming the 3rd highest scorer on that scorecard that only has 2 people, but being the 3rd, and it's not little numbers that they have there. It's quite a lot. That should be around 15 to say. But still they get that single at the end of the 19th, and it'll be 113 for no loss for Team USA. What I was going to say is that from the looks of things, taking a look at the Zimbabwean bowling side, there is no really strike bowler that is of note to say, because in a team you need to have that one person that you're able to turn to. Tara Norris was one for Team USA, and the captain herself as well. She picked up 3 important wickets, so that needs to be the same for Zimbabwe. They need to have bowlers that they can turn to and say, you are tasked to deliver for us, and this is the opportune time. If it is not, you need to make something happen. And so far, no one from the Zimbabwean camp is raising their hand.
Yeah, absolutely. There hasn't been anything that has gone Zimbabwean side since that 10th over in the power play, when they just managed to restrict the Americans to 3.7 and over, which was commendable. But since then, the Americans have come up strongly, and they have increased their run rate, and now going at just under 6 runs and over. And if you look around, I agree with you, Eli, when you look around the field and think about who has the ability to turn things around, perhaps if you look at the captain herself, But again, I didn't think she bowled with enough aggression in terms of her bowling and her field sets. I think Darlington earlier spoke about how she wasn't entirely attacking with the field sets. Yes, you can attack with the ball, but you need the field to attack as well. Nicely played. Apadigiala, I really liked the look of her today. Using a straight bat. We always talk about and laugh about this with my friends. That a back foot drive scores you 100. You know, if you are a good batter and you can play a back foot drive well, it scores you 100. And we have a chance here that we could see the first 3 figures, and it will be from a bat of the 15-year-old. And as we say that, we have a wicket. Olinda Chara just baiting Dingra into playing a big shot, runs down and misses everything. And Modesta Mpachikwa does the rest, and Zimbabwe find that elusive breakthrough that they were after. 116 for 1 after 19.4. Anika Kolan, the deputy captain in the USA team, comes to the crease, joins the 16-year-old. The biggest partnership in the series, 116. And it's come from 2 teenagers, Eli, Tisha Dingra herself, just a month and a bit away from turning 18. And the star of the show so far, Chetna Padigiala, 16 and a half years of age. Really impressive stuff from the Americans, because this tells you they aren't really worried about winning or losing this series entirely, but they're worried about trying to build for the future. And if you see the makeup of their side, Sanvi Imad, 16 years, Chetna herself on 60, 67, 16 years of age, Dingra at the top of the order, also 17 years. And so there is something that is being built here by the United States of America, and they are looking ahead of time. At the end of the 20th, 116 for 1.
Alright, comes back into the attack. In the previous over, Zimbabwe finding that elusive wicket that they were looking for. And just get a sense that it does give them an opportunity to fight back. And they've come alive in the field a bit. You can hear them talking, which is what was missing, in that element of belief in themselves to try and dig themselves out of this hole. And if they can strike once or twice again quite early, they'll be back in the fight. Even the inform Chetna Padigiala has now gone defensive a bit, because it's a time to rebuild a partnership after that 116-run partnership was broken. And just be worked through the covers for one. Yes, the Team USA do have a young side that they can definitely look forward to blossoming in the future. It's got people that have the right technique, have the right idea in terms of how to go about business. And so it's good signs when you're building a side for the future, when you have youngsters that do understand the task at hand. Quick single taken, chance of a run out, but could have been easier to go to the wicketkeeper's end. And they do scramble through for one. Better way to finish the 21st over. It'll be 118 for one after 21.
It's all happening out there. It's all happening. Run out chance, a little bit of confusion. And then Olinda Chare is on the floor. Farirai will probably run out there and try and assess the situation. But in the meantime, that wicket has just put the brakes on the scoring a little bit since the wicket. 9 dot balls in just 2 singles, 10 dot balls actually in just 2 singles. So that is the magic that a wicket can do. And just puts a little bit of doubt in whatever you are doing, and this partnership is coming together. The first time they would have betted together at this level. And so the communication is not entirely clean. They get away with the run-out opportunity there. Darlington has just walked into the commentary box, replaces Eli, who at the time of his departure, there was a little bit of commotion in the changing room, and it's all happening around the conversation we're having off air actually about the potential of the United States of America's team, the amount of teenagers they have in their side, and the way that the teenagers have come up here and shown lots of maturity. We're looking at Chetna here on her debut, just 16 years of age, 68 of 78, literally carrying the stats on her shoulders. What can you tell me, Darlington, about the potential of the makeup of this side?
Beloved Bizas, roughly the same age as Chetna Padigiala. And then we've also got a couple of players who are away during exam season here in Zimbabwe, writing their national exams. Kelisi Lovu is one of those. Another very talented young cricketer. Must have debuted for Zimbabwe when she was about 14. And that is a beauty. A little bit of width from Olinda Chari, and it gets the treatment it deserves. All the way to the boundary. Been a while without a boundary. 14 deliveries since the last one. And it's Chetna Padigiala who moves into the 70s. 123 for 1.
Put away behind square in the deep. Nombelo is not part of the playing 11 today. She's on the field for Ashlyn Diraya, who took a knock during a batting innings. 125 for 1. United States of America just getting past the halfway mark. Still 27.5 overs to go. Another wide down leg side. The discipline has been something to desire for Zimbabwe. Padigiala just breaking the record for the United States of America of the highest ODI, women's ODI score. Catch, dropped. Lorraine Perry, with all the experience, you'd expect her to go for that one. Wasn't entirely ready for it.
Has to go down. It's probably the fourth that Zimbabwe have put down today. Really not doing themselves any favors. And this time it's the slug sweep, and it's taken. Hit straight to Josephine Nkomo, who takes it in the calmest manner possible. As the United States of America lose their second wicket, 102, 26 for 2.
Ella Claridge walks in at 126 for 2. Annika Colan just getting caught up in boundary mode there. It's running down and getting dropped by Piri. And then the very next delivery tries to slog one over mid-wicket. She doesn't get the elevation, and in the most calmest of manner, Nkomo completes the catch. Gift first up pulls it away. The ever energetic Nomvelo Sibanda skips across and skips it down to 1.
Zimbabwe finding their way back into this match, it might appear. Picking up their second. Make sure you get one of these batters back before this partnership progresses any further. Claridge in the last innings got a runnable 44. That rain affected 4th international after back-to-back ducks. So she's coming into this match with some form behind her. 128 for 2.
Pulled up. Rocks back onto that one, punches it down the ground for another single. Lots of faith Darlington put on Claridge. 2 ducks to begin this series, and then came up to some form in the fourth ODI rather, and she looks to continue. Punches one down to deep point where Shane Meyers picks up the pieces.
Played an absolute beautiful knock after back-to-back first ballers, I think they were. 2 ducks in this series, and then she just really hit herself back into form. Played some tremendous cricket shots. Made her runs batting at 2 wickets down, which is what she's doing today. Well, a couple of times she was batting at number 6.
Another punch off the back foot from Chetna, really showing a lot of maturity. 75 of 83 deliveries she's on. Edged away, there is protection. Lorraine Piri. The imposing character is Claridge. Of course, in that rain-affected match here at Harare Sports Club, she played that shot very well, the push shot. This time she doesn't time it as well. They will look for 2, and Zimunu at cow corner cannot stop the second run. 2 runs to end the over. 6 from it. 134 rather, for 2.
Just the one error wide from Lorin Piri. This has been a good over. There's just a little bit more of a buzz in the ground for the ladies in red right now. Gone a little bit flat when that big 116-run partnership was happening. Just the 2 runs from that Lorin Piri over. 137 for 2.
The 25 overs gone 136 with 2.
$110 to win. Still a lot of work to be done by the US of A. What they have got themselves in a good position is that their current run rate at 5.4 is a whole run per over higher than their required run rate at 4.4. So even if you do have that issue, you can, with Duckworth Lewis and other things, generally means you're in a good position. Chances are you'll get over the line. Tinashe's just had his stint for first bit of this match. He's going to take a break, and I'm now joined by Ruvimbo. Ruvimbo, what do you think that Zimbabwe have to do to claw their way back into this match?
Well, good afternoon. Straight through the gap, through the covers, and we'll run away for 4. Well, one thing is for sure, you need to try and cut off the boundaries. But another thing as well is that I found that the USA have found it quite easy to score. Singles, rotation of strike has been very, very easy for the USA. That's something that Zimbabwe needs to try and do. Field sets that are according to the batter that you're dealing with. And once again, this comes with some of the analysis. I do know that there are analysts that are there available as part of the technical team. I'd love to see some holes being plugged. So for example, I think we have seen with Pagi Diala a very strong on the leg side, also straight down. She has made quite a number of runs doing that. When we look at the American field setting, we did have a player that was a short mid-off, a short mid-on, and then you would have maybe someone who would be just a little bit further, just behind that. And then you would get deliveries which are trying to encourage you, go over the top, let's see. So for me, it comes back to, have we taken time to analyze and go through these batters? And that's the end of the over. 144 for 2 are the USA. 103 runs to win. at a required run rate of 4.3. And with the way they are rotating strike right now, proves to be no problem. So it just comes back to that. What is the field set? What are the fielding plans against each and every batter? Pagi Diala looking at Ella Claridge. She looks like a very powerful stroke maker as well on the pull shot. So don't bowl to her balls that she's going to pull. We have to be bowling in the weak areas and try and, force the batters to do something different. Beloved Biza joins the attack. She'll be hoping to get in and amongst the wickets.
Need to take wickets, Zimbabwe does. And that's off the pads, I think. Just going to wait for umpire Chris Piri's signal. There is no signal from him. So Chetna Pagi Diala moves to 83. 17 runs short of what's going to be a sensational maiden one-day international 100. Really did brighten up. Dull, overcast day here at Harare Sports Club. Shots all around the ground. And it's the sweep, looking to get into that area to Sean Mayers' right. Just one run. Just 2 runs from that beloved Biza over. 146 for 2.
Audrey Mazishaya back into the attack. Cut shot straight to Nomvelos Banda. Ella Claridge has got levers there, and I believe that if she gets under a delivery, if she gets on top of your particular delivery, it can go all the way to the boundary. This time round finds the gap. Sean Mayers has got some work to do, and she will cut off 2 runs. We're going to be a certainty if she had missed out on that one. Once again, the Darlington comes back to the aspect of how we play to the batter that we're dealing with. To have a long one. A delivery that's going to force it to go to the long one if we're putting them at the boundary. That's a pull shot. That one goes straight to the fielder. So once again, that is the only way you're going to cut off those singles, and you're going to try and force them to do something a little bit different. I've felt that today I haven't seen too many deliberate slow balls from Audrey Marshall. Everything really has been a bullet, and that really hasn't helped, especially with Pagi Diallo smashing her for a couple of fours off the pull shot. So I would love to see her as well beginning to experiment a couple of other things if she intends to make use of the field set she has. So Pagi Diallo now does have a long on. She's got a deep square leg after a couple of those pull shots. Well, there we go. It looks like Audrey Marshall had a little bit of a microphone here, and she attempts a slow ball. But that one is clipped for one. That means the United States of America have hit 150. 150 runs up, and they'll be looking for 97 more runs. It's in those double figures. It's now in those very, very eerie moments.
Under 100 for the first time. Still got 8 wickets in hand. That's a slow ball out the back of the hand. She's able to get that into a gap for a single. That is tempting to get it into the gap between cow corner and long on. But very good work from Adele Zimunu, who keeps it down to just 1 run. 28 gone, 152 for 2.
Beloved Biza back into the attack. Trying to start wide off the crease. Trying to angle it in on the stumps. And it is keeping low of Beloved Biza. Not so sure if that is intentional or if that is the pitch now that is not necessarily giving that much purchase, because so Ritu Singh getting bounce. This time round tossed up, straight down the ground, and it is just going to be for a comfortable single. So again, those are singles not being cut off. What you would love to begin to see as well is the consistency in terms of walking in and being able to just create that facade, so to speak, that I'm cramped for room and I actually can't hit it through there. Pagi Diallo gets low on her as well. Another very important dot ball for Zimbabwe. I'm sure Darlington will agree, dot balls is not necessarily what Zimbabwe needs. Zimbabwe needs wickets. Straight down the ground, past the fielder, and for 4. Pagi Diallo, when she hits it straight, it's going like a tracer bullet, and that means that she moves on to 89. Beautiful. A beautiful, beautiful hit straight down the ground. And this time round, just Dabs it past the backward point for a single. She will maintain strike. And that means we might be going for drinks. And yes, we are going for drinks. So there we have it. So, 16-year-old Chetna Pagidiala, 89 runs not out of 100 deliveries.
Of play, a few overs, 5 or 6 overs, maybe 8 overs of pressure before the error comes, and 5 or 6 overs where you're getting underneath that 4.3 runs per over required, and that's a big shout. It's a slower ball out of the back of the hand, probably hit one of the foot marks in the popping crease, and there was a bit of excitement for a bit. And this time it's that, again, that slower ball out of the back of the hand. This time it's wide. A little bit of cramping, I think, in the hands. Chetna Adijala. That's a good one off the back foot down the ground.
Once again, another example of how powerful she is straight down the ground. Now, in my view, rather than putting both the long on, long off so deep, I want to pull them in just a little bit more inside the boundary, maybe halfway mark between the 30-yard circle and the boundary there. Try to see if I can cut off the singles. Oh, slower ball delivery. Ella Claridge. And she is bowled. Not so sure whether it's stuck in the pitch or maybe she had gone through a shot already. But what does matter is that Zimbabwe have picked up their third wicket. Ella Claridge gone. Any wicket will do as for now. Obviously, the wicket of Chetna Pajidiala would have been the one that they would have wanted to try and have newer batters at the crease. But any wicket at this moment will do.
Well, I did say I didn't think that was just going to be running and bowl a good ball and get a wicket. Been proven wrong. Ella Claridge has to depart for 12 runs. USA 161 for 3. Sindhu Srihasha, the wicketkeeper batsman, new batter in. Had a couple of starts in the series. For me, very good at playing the supporting role. I think the kind of role that Paddy Diala is going to need to get this match over the line. Very good at like working the ball around, running well between the wickets and providing support. Not really a big striker of the ball herself. Can make me very, very good as a partner. .30 gone, 161 for 3.
Biza to Haji Diala, and that one is just clipped round the corner. Will be an easy 2 runs. She'll have to be wary of her line there. Anything down leg side will be of a challenge. So she has to bowl to her field set here, beloved Biza, and I think round the wicket may not necessarily be the best ploy. And again down leg side, and that'll be wide. I think beloved Biza needs to go back over the wicket here, Darlington.
In her preferred line at the left-hander, from around the wicket, just hasn't gotten it into the right place today. Needs to be getting it angling in towards off stump. She's angling in just down the leg side. Third wide, she's bowled this over. Good quick single.
So, in my view, I would feel that this over has not been the wisest from the Lady Chevrons. Beloved Bizam rolling round the wicket. That one has been taken past point, but just only for a single. Fielders coming in closer for Sri Harsha. Comes back over the wicket. Tempted to go for two, but decided on one. And that's the end of the over. 169 for 3. The USA 78 runs to win, needed at a required run rate of 4.1. So, as you were wishing off air at Darlington, Audrey Marshire comes back in, bamboozled Ella Claridge with a slower delivery. Would be hoping to do the same to Sindhu Sriharsha. As you can see, Modesta Mpachikwa basically on the edge of that table.
My big thing is that Josephine Cormo's bowled 5 overs today. Before this game is totally out of reach. I'd like to see her and Audrey Mazishaya, who were the pick of the Zimbabwean bowlers, also bowl 5 overs today. Bowl maybe 5 or 6 overs in tandem. And one of them bowls 3 and one of them bowls 2. Try to pick up another wicket. And that has gone through the gully. Chari on the boundary does the fielding. There's a misfield. Chipo Tiripano put in there for that reason. Sri Harsha scores a lot of runs in that part of the ground. Through the gully. Pagidiala, 95 not out, is one hit away. 3 figures. Well, we're going to witness some more drama at Harare Sports Club today. Beautifully bowled into the block hole by Josephine Como.
Oh, that is a fantastic delivery. Surely would have loved for that one to have gone for an LBW or something. Would have been a fast bowler's dream to have seen that. Maybe getting stuck, but also well done to Chetna for being able to dig that one out. Another good follow-up delivery as well. Now this was some of the pressure that you were talking about. You need most probably a string of 6 to 7 kind of deliveries like the 2 that we saw there. And maybe you can create that pressure.
Just historically, I've been able to watch a lot of cricket in the past. A lot of the great sides that I remember seeing always had combinations of fast bowlers. What they would do is come in around the 30th over. Usually you bowl 5 in the power play, and then you've got 5 to bowl for the rest of the match. And so many times you saw a situation where it was either Alan Donald and Sean Pollock or Makai Antini be bowling in tandem in a situation like this. And that's gone past the outside edge. And what you try and do is have those in that 5 overs. You want to try and pick up 2 wickets and really put the opposition under pressure. Maybe steal a victory. Not gonna. So it's just about, for me, Audrey Mazishaya coming on at this end now. 32 gone, 173 for 3. Reasoning the way that I do is the Zimbabwean captain. She's brought in the debutant Makusha. Go and bowl in partnership with her. She's brought her fielders in. Just the 2 men on the boundary. One at long leg and one at third man on the boundary. Gully in. And a line of 3 in the covers. Looking for a breakthrough.
Now that's a good fielding position there. In the gully region, there is enough cover down at third man. There is a backward point right there. As you said, Sri Harsha loves to score through that gully region. Now that you've plugged that through, and if she continues to bowl slightly wide of the off stump, that would be helpful. Unfortunately, this one has gone down leg side, but nonetheless, you're bowling to a particular field and you're bowling concerning a particular batter. And I think that is exactly what has been lacking, maybe pretty much throughout the innings of the USA, where Zimbabwe, yes, has been bowling, trying to bowl to a particular field, but not bowling to the batter that you're dealing with. And that can prove to be a challenge.
For me, you've always not had pressure happening on both ends. And I think that is what Josephine, saw her having a long chat with Makusha just before this delivery. And that is got to be a little bit closer. That is Adel Zimunu, who is in the mid-wicket. Really make sure she's nice and tight. Doesn't allow any singles. Pagidiala moves to 96 with that single. Really got to be mean in the sense that you've got to make Pagidiala earn every single run that she needs to get from here until that 100. Oh, that's a full toss and it's a no ball. Over the waist. That is the free hit. Sri Harsha, 6 not out. pull that away and finds the boundary.
Well, that's usually what a free hit deserves. Deserves to be punished. And Makusha has been punished by Sri Harsha. Quite unfortunate. Most probably that ball maybe just slipping out of the fingers there, going for a no ball. So Makusha has had a pretty difficult time coming in at a moment where the USA are really putting the foot to the pedal. The required run rate now has gone down to 3.9. Current run rate is 5.5. So have managed to maintain that regardless of the loss of wickets. This time round a little bit too straight and just clipped around the corner. So maybe what I would have also loved to see is Makusha try and maintain that line outside for a fourth stump line, so to speak. That would definitely help. But here comes the lady that has been doing the business, Chetna Pagidiala, 96. Only one hit away here, all the way to the boundary in making that debut 100. That one goes wide. So Makusha currently struggling with the lines and leg.
That's pulled away. Just one run. .33 gone, 183 for 3.
Captain Josephine Como back in. Agidiala again to her toes, but a quick single, and they managed to scamper through. Wow, quick single taken there. I'm sure she's now just trying to push herself into those 3 figures, get that behind her, and then focus on pushing the entire USA team over the line, even though her knock has been so instrumental. 98 of the 184 runs have come off the bat of this 16-year-old Chetna Pagidiala.
Then another short, quick single. This time it's hit the stumps. But no reaction from umpire Sarah Dambanewana.
2 runs away from magical 3 figures. Josephine Como looking to make sure that doesn't happen. And that one is pushed through the covers for another single. Now just 1 run away as Sri Harsha comes to the striker's end. Well, these are the jittery 90s. So far she doesn't seem jittery, does she?
Fearlessness of youth. Only grown-ups can feel nervous in the 90s, I think. Younger players just seem to breeze through them. And she's been outstanding, very mature knock. She's been in total control from the first delivery she faced just after lunch this afternoon. Worked away through the leg side, and it's going to go over those practice wickets, and going to be kept down to just 2 runs. Fantastic work from Adel Zimunu. 34 gone, 188 for 3.
Something a little bit interesting is happening here as Sean Mayers is being introduced into the attack. Sean Mayers, we do know, is an all-rounder. However, she really hasn't had the best of times with the bat in this series. Of course, a commentary changes. Eli is coming in to the commentary box. 1 run away for Pagi Tiala. What a knock it has been for the USA.
Fantastic player she is. She's done well. Floated up again. Just trying to work with flight and entice the batter to go for a big one with everybody inside the circle. Seems to be working well. Score of 99 of 115, 12 fours, strike rate of 86. Shots of LBW. The bowler was not amongst those that went up. It was everybody inside the circle. This shows you how desperate they are to get when she's 1 short of that one, which will be painful. Goes for a big shot, and that is it. And we'll run away for 4. And everybody will stand in applause of what has been a magnificent 100 from Chetna Padiala. And the whole changing room goes up, celebrating a magnificent 100. Coming from 117 deliveries, 12 falls in the strike rate of around 85. She's played a very pivotal role in what her team has acquired of 192 for 3 at the moment, chasing 247. A brilliant knock.
An absolute banger of an innings, I would say. One she'll definitely remember for the rest of her life. Sean Mayers continues to just float it up, try to get it above the eye line there. It's pretty much a wicket-to-wicket kind of bowling, and of course it is over, done and dusted. But of course, the most eventful over for Chetna Pagediala. She's now 103 not out. And the USA 192 for 3, only in need of 55 runs to win at a required run rate of 3.7. Like Adele Zimunu is going to be coming into the attack. Momentous occasion, Eli. Last time we saw a knock of 100 was when Amy Hunter did it from Ireland against Zimbabwe. Full clipped onto the leg side, but there is protection there, deep at fine leg. And coming to think about it, and if my memory serves me right, I'd like to believe that in the one-day internationals that have been played by women on this particular ground, we've seen 3 centuries now. The first one coming from Marianne Musonda, who's out with injury. Next one from Amy Hunter, and then this one now coming from Chetna Pagediala of the USA. So she's in and amongst a very good company.
Good company it is, but what makes it so special is that she's on debut at a young age of 16. That makes it quite a remarkable achievement for someone that young to be able to have the temperament to withstand the pressures of 50 over cricket. Works it through the point area, and the sweeper does well to clean that up. So it just makes it more important, because it does require a lot of temperament, like I said, concentration, application. Can only build going forward from here forward. Like I said, probably a team is wondering why did we not give her a debut on the first game. Maybe it might have been a different series. So it's been quite impressive. Done quite well. Should be the first honor by any American in 50 over format. So she does that and has achieved a great fate. It's very important.
Definitely. Is coming. That one is going to be wide once again. One of the other things that have really made it very difficult for Zimbabwe to exert any pressure has been the issue of these extras as well. A couple of, just a no ball. I think the no ball by Makusha was the only one that I've seen so far in the innings, but a number of wides that have come through, and especially when you're trying to defend what we, and I think you did actually mention it in the first innings, a par score. there isn't really too much room for you to make too many mistakes, and ultimately Zimbabwe has paid the price, I would say, in a number of areas. Field setting, maybe bowlers not necessarily bowling to their specifics and to the field that has been set for them, allowing certain singles to be taken that should not have been, and just making life pretty difficult for yourselves. But that's the end of over number 36. The USA fast approaching 200. They're on 196 for 3. Sean Mayers comes back into the attack, hoping to be the lady with the golden hand. We've seen players across the world who are mainly known for batting, coming in, bowling, and ultimately picking up a very important wicket. This one is just pulled round the corner, just for a single. No rush, no harm, no foul. We can take it nice and easy from here. Only 50 runs needed from this particular point to wrap up the victory, and 7 wickets in hand. I think that's the most important thing right here, Ila.
I can tell you that it's only 7 balls that you need to bowl, and you could have a different. Up in the air. Could this be a chance? You know, fall short of Laurent, who does well, trying to go for the catch there. And makes the effort. As I was talking, it's only 7 deliveries you need, and you could have a different change in outlook. You know, 5 good deliveries, and then in no time you have 5 wickets. That's how simple it is.
I really wish it was that simple, Eli. But clearly it's taken more than 36 overs and only 3 have been taken, so not that easy, Eli. What I do appreciate about what Sean Mayers is doing is tossing the ball up. It's getting the USA batters to really think about going for that shot, and she has created chances. That one has been pummeled into the deep mid-wicket area, and that brings up the 200 for the USA. Only 47 runs needed from here. But what a magnificent way to do it. And it seems like an all too different USA that has come out to play today. They would have wished for a performance like this in the last ODI. They could have kept the series alive, and most probably, you know, tussled for it today. But Zimbabwe did enough business in the first 2 to make sure that they averted all of that. And so that is the over, done and dusted. And it is 200 just for the loss of 3 wickets. Simunu back into the attack. Driven down the ground, and for a quick single, pressure on the fielder. And, fortunately, Makusha couldn't gather it in time, but also there was a lot of pressure placed there. Good running again. That must be given to the USA. Good running, putting pressure on the fielder, taking on the arm. That one goes wide. Today, crowd has been just a little bit quiet, and very understandably so. It is a Monday, beginning of the week. I think your boss would appreciate you not being at your station and your desk. Oh, that's up in the air. Can it be taken? No, falls safely between the two fielders. Always a very difficult one, actually, when it's coming over your shoulder to go on and take it. Would have been quite spectacular if Geri Tiripano or Makusha had actually taken that one. More fielders move into that place as they change field. Pagi Diala.
Leg side and worked away in the gap. And that shoot run away for 4 with ease. And straying Adel Zamono on that occasion and gets punished for it. 2 leg side. And just helped it on its way with the angle there. It'll be 4 runs to ease things off. Kind of takes away the pressure that Zimbabwe had been trying to build up. Moves to 112 there. This time straight to Beloved Biza in the covers. Just get a feeling that Zimbabwe would be 40 runs short. What would have been a very competitive score. Anything close to 250, I just say that would be a par score, which proves to be the case here. Bowling a little bit too blunt for my liking. No one has bowled with any intentions of really causing much discomfort to the batters, especially Pratigara, who settled in and converted to the utmost. Still straight. That'll be another boundary. In the slot and given the treatment, that's 4 runs.
The full face of the bat whenever she hits it straight down the ground, and very seldom, if you get past the bowler, will you not get the boundary. Perfect shot, quality shot, and that brings us again to another. Well, it looks like there's just a little bit of refreshments are being brought on for the batters, not necessarily another drinks break. Surely that would be so late in the innings. Sean Mayers back into the attack, tosses that one, and it's just driven onto the onside rather. Yes. Rolling to Abidjala. Oh, just goes past the outside edge. And that right arm off spin almost brought the Midas touch. On to the stumps. One of the things that I've seen as well with Sean Mayers is she's taken pace off the ball, saying to you as the batter, you generate the force, you generate the power. Round onto the leg side, goes past one. A little bit of a fumble, but able to get round to it. Only just for a single. I'm sure USA taking notice of the fact that they are very close to getting over the line. Leg stump line tends to mean one wants to give themselves room. Oh, well, that's an edge. Don't think it's going to run away. Great chase being given and great effort being made there. Cuts it down just to 2 runs. I'll be a little bit disappointed that they didn't run more there.
You get a hope or feeling that they thought that would run away to the boundary. But great chase there by Chare to keep that one in. This time, leg side. Some work for Nombelo Spanda, who's coming from deep square leg. End of the over. It's 39. Over's done. It'll be 2-1-7 for 3.
So Audrey Mazishaya comes back into the attack. Pulled. And that one is going to go all the way to the boundary. Pitch it short. She is going to pull you away all day long. Such is the class of this 16-year-old.
Timed well, had enough power to go over the Zimbabwean captain at mid-wicket and pierce that vacant region between deep backward square and long on. Diala timing to perfection, which has been there for a while, so definitely he has an eye in. And if it's going to be short pitched, it needs to be a very good bouncer. Deep mid-wicket now in place. Square leg in. Slower, goes long. Doesn't go for the catch as Olinda Chare. She's comfortable with just saving one. Caught flat-footed. She didn't see where it was. That's why she was stuck there. No man's land. She should have been watching the ball clearly to make the efforts to get there. Nelson for 3 is way. Team is here on. Just a single down, no pressure. You now require just these 3 runs and over to see yourself over the line. There really is no pressure unless it's a very, very good delivery that you get, or it's a rush of blood and you're trying to execute a shot that you really don't need to play. Slower delivery again.
And short, pulled over the top, and for another boundary. And clearly Audrey Mazishaya has not learned her lesson against Pakidiala. Just pitch it short. She will pull you over the top. Josephine Como, it really does deflate the rest of the field. I'm sure you can see 1 or 2 hands on hips. Now sensing that the end is nigh. Shot into the covers, past the fielder. Tiala moves on to 127 now. What a monumental knock this is, considering that this is their first official series against a nation of the caliber of Zimbabwe. Well, that's the end of the over. 228 for 3. Only 10 overs left from here. Required run rate is 1.9 as they need 19 runs to win. Sean Mayers tosses it up and driven straight down to long off. It was quite wide. Changing field will bring a strongly packed offside field. No sweeper there. Again, pretty much a wicket-to-wicket kind of line being employed by Sean Mayers. These are the kind of dots that were needed maybe a little bit earlier in the innings, which could have applied pressure. But coming maybe just slightly too late in the match, which seems pretty well wrapped up from here.
Yeah, too late indeed. I believe Sean actually got early on into the attack. Could have made a difference in the speed. She does pick up wickets in the domestic season. She was domestic player of the women's season. Like saw it. And beloved Biza picks it up on the bounce. Fumbles it, but they're able to recover. She was quite phenomenal. Picked up on about 2 5-wicket hauls on the spin, so she does know how to handle herself both with bat and ball. Just in the series, has not come to the party at all. 17 required. This is out in that one. That'll be the end of the 41st over. 230 for 3. Rainbow will take a break while International Zimbabwe will join me here. It has been ecstatic, the expression of how the United States have been able to go about business today. Well fielded. Nombelo Swanda. Top fielder for Team Zimbabwe. If not the fielder to look out for on many occasions, especially in the point region. Yara, 128, she's now on Sri Hash on 25, notable knock as well. Works it leg side. Does well to restrict that line. Tinashe. A lot of points to pick up from both teams on what they need to work on going forward. Any that you'd like to mention?
Good afternoon, Eli. Opposing position the United States of America find themselves in. Still 8.3 overs to go, and they need about 16 runs. It's quite clear, Eli, that both teams have got things they will need to go back and look at and sit down and create a pathway of how to move from where they are at this point to a point where they can become consistent performing teams at international level. Most of which I want to point this out because this is something that does not involve talent. This is the fitness of the Zimbabwean women's team, especially. If you look around how they perform very well. Heaved over, extra cover. It doesn't really get all of it. Tendai, the debutant in pursuit, does well. Keep it down to 2. Chetna seems to be in a hurry to go and celebrate that big turn with their teammates. Now the fitness that Eli is what moves you from average cricketer to a great cricketer. For example, speaking of and 5 out of 5 innings in this series, she managed to get past 25. That's a start. Those was she able to get past 50? How many of the ones that she got past 50 did she get to 100? If you then look at that and compound it to the whole team, you will realize that the fitness is of utmost importance. The end of the 42nd, 233 for 3. So for me, Eli, once the fitness improves, the consistency with which you score your runs becomes better. The consistency with which even the bowlers hit your length. You see in this particular innings, still corrected. Zimbabwe have bowled 18 wides. That's 3 more overs that they have gifted to the States. And if you then compound that with 3 extra overs and the 18 runs that has already been gained from the extras, then you realize how far back this total would have been if we don't go extras. The fitness controls the level at which you concentrate. If you are not no longer fit, your mind starts to let go. And that's the same thing when you're batting. When you get tired, the concentration levels get down. And this is from experience. So I'd like to see the ladies around Zimbabwe especially get fitter. Nicely played, punch down the ground. And Srihasha, the captain, has played, supporting the debutant. 12 runs to win. Down the ground for another single. Eli, are you answered, sir?
A lot of question marks in there, but do respect your opinion and how it comes. Maybe end of the 43rd over. 236 for the loss of 3 wickets of the Team USA. It's been a brilliant performance, and largely due to Chetna Padigal. 100 effort, you would say, with valiant efforts from Disha Dingra, 34 from 45, and Sindhu Srihash, 28 of 35. Audrey Mosishaya to come through in what would be her 9th over. Is what is needed.
No maximums in this entire series to say. Do you think the boundaries have been really big to clear them? Or it's just that players are trying to apply themselves differently from the shorter format, understanding that you need to play the whole entire 50.
Standard field, isn't it? Looks like standard field the women play on. On that side is Mosishaya again. Extras turning up. I like to think this is the standard field. And the lack of maximums could perhaps be attributed to a few things. For example, obviously strong players, strong attacking players like Shane Myers having a difficult series also contributes to that. Nicely played past square leg. Beloved Biza rounding up, skips down to 2. And I feel like you consider that she's one of the strong players. She does like to go for the big shots. Obviously, on the ODI side, you won't have big hitters, the likes of Precious Malave, not involved in this series. She'll be there. No one else will know that she's got the power in the technique to drive big robs. But Shane Myers not getting into a position, getting set, contributes to that. Close, Nombele Sibanda, a very good fielder for Zimbabwe. I felt like in that first half, Zimbabwe missed the energy. She does just bring up a little bit of energy and gives pressure back to the batters by fielding there, running around, just runs across to the other side of the field. Yeah, so if you then look back at that, you realize how good, imposing Chetna Padigal is. If this would have been her 4th, 5th ODI, and perhaps you've seen the signs there, she's trying to go down the ground a few times. And also Harare Sports Club, you are batting first becomes something that you have to consider as well. Nicely played down the ground, good fielding, smart fielding. That was firmly struck. So there is a few things to consider there, but obviously the ladies don't really look to do that. The ones that do in this particular series haven't had enough joy.
And this one just worked for a single. That's right. Now down just to 6 runs, half a dozen needed. 6.2 overs remaining. Virtually walking over the line. It's Team USA. 7 wickets in hand at the moment. Slow ball worked well, leg side, and it will run away for 4, and that will just cut that required to 2 runs from here on. An attempted slow ball by Audrey Mosishaya, back of the hand, found a well-placed Triasha, worked it well, fine. These are the pains of cricket. You stare defeat right in the face, and there's nothing that you can do about it, because you've had about 43.5 overs to try and get yourself in a place to win it. The other team now virtually strolling over. Defends that one. That'll be the end of the 44th. 2-4-5 for 3.
Two runs to win. Long hop. A little tickle down to fighting leg. That runs away for 4. Chetna, the hero, is the 16-year-old who tickles it down past 45 for another boundary. What a way to get past that elusive 246 mark and win the game for your country on debut. First time of asking. You know, what a player this will be. And what an innings, what a chess the United States of America were able to put together. Started off tentatively, no wicket in the power play, but from then on, they were able to build from that start. It will be a bittersweet finish for them, Eli, losing the series, but finishing strong.
Great signs for Team USA that they do have enough the firepower to fight for series in the future, but in this particular occasion they should definitely hold their heads up high, especially that young lady Chetna Pariyala. Magnificently played. 136 from 152. Teammates, well, meet her halfway through, and huge hugs all around because she's played a blinder of an innings, especially on debut. Not many are able to do this, but she joins the list of very few who are able to put up such a performance with the bat on debut, and to give their team, like you said, despite them losing the series, they lose it 3-2, which is something that definitely they can hold their heads up high. Zimbabwe will be losers on the day, but victorious in terms of the series. It's been fought out right till the end. Magnificent knock that both teams applaud of that effort by Chetna Pariyala, scoring 136 of 152. Still teammates want to lift it up in celebration. Why not? Just having a look at that scorecard for Team USA. Chetna Pariyala top scoring with 136. Of 152 delivered, strike rate of 89, striking 18 fours. Desha Dingra did well, a notable score of 34-45. Anika Collan didn't do much, 4 of 11. And then Ella Courage, 12 of 20. But Sindhu Srihash, 35 from 39, not out, striking 2 fours. The strike rate of 89. They were able to see off and then required of 247 by scoring 249 for the loss of 3 wickets, winning this one by 7 runs. Let's have a look at Zimbabwe's bowling card.
Thank you, Eli. Important to point out now that Chetna Pariyala now holds the record for the youngest women's ODI 100, breaking Amy Hunter's 100, which was scored here at Harare Sports Club. She did that when she was 16 years, 205 days. Chetna doing it today, 136 not out at 16 years and 172 days. So congratulations to her. On to the bowling for Zimbabwe. Josephine Como, 8 overs, 25. She labored in vain today without wickets. A few chances of a bowling went down. Audrey Mashishaya, who has been in impeccable form throughout this series, 9 overs, 53. She struggled, just the 1 wicket at 5.8. Ado Zimono, no wickets today for 39, 7.8. The economy rate. Tendai Makusha on debut, 4 overs, 32. She was very unfortunate, Eli, that she met the willing bat of Chetna, who was already in by the time she got into the attack, and she got to pay the price. Lorraine Piri into the side for Christabel Chatonzwa, 5 for 30, 1 wicket at 6 runs and over. Struggled with the control, about 6 wides in that spell. Olinda Chare, 5 overs, 30 as well, 2 wides, but she managed to get a wicket. Beloved Biza, 3 overs, 16 at the rate of 5.33. Again, there was wides in that spell. Shane Myers struggled with the bat but did well with the ball, 5.2, 23 runs and 4.31 and over. So we are going to get down to Darlington Matambanazo, who is going to be doing the post-match presentation for us. Please stay on your screens for the post-series presentation.
glass beads. Roads are highly visible and reflective at night, making them safer and ultimately saving lives. Our legacy and heritage built the foundation on which we innovate and create new products.
audio yako yaita ere
Good afternoon to you all, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this post-tour presentation for the USA Women's Tour to Zimbabwe 2024. I'd like to just make a special welcome to our presentation party. Starting from my left, Miss Julia Chibaba, today's match referee. Miss Maureen Kuchocha, ZBZ, Zimbabwe Cricket Board Director. And next to me, Mr. Wanda Chisango, General Manager, Cricket Affairs, Zimbabwe Cricket. We're going to start with the award for the player of the match today, and that is to be presented by Mr. Chisango with a score of 136 in a run chase by 7 wickets. It's Chetna Pagiliang. Now, if you'll just stay with me for a few questions. You got your debut today, and what was your thinking this morning when you were sticking on your pads, getting ready to prepare for this game?
I was just really excited to get a bat in, and I obviously wanted to contribute to the team, so I'm glad I was able to do that today.
And you broke a couple of records today. You are the highest score in ODI cricket by an American cricketer, and then you also broke the previous highest score, was 71 runs. How do you feel about that?
I feel really good. I've done a lot of preparation before this, and I'm glad it paid.
And what do you think was your recipe for success today? What are the things that you think you did well when you're out there?
I think when I was batting, I just thought about playing for the team every single ball, so I think that really helped. So rather than playing for myself, I played for the team, which I'm glad we won today.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your award. The next award is for the best bowler in this 5-match series. It's going to be presented by Ms. Maureen Kuchocha. And the best bowler is Josephine Nkomo with 7 wickets at 21 runs a wicket. Next award is going to be presented by Ms. Julia Chibaba, and it is for the best batter with 151 runs at an average of 37.75. It's Modesta Mpachikwa of Zimbabwe. The Most Valuable Player Award presented by Mr. Chisango is for a wonderful all-round performance. 110 runs at the average of 55. and already mentioned 7 wickets at 21 with an economy of 3.6. Zimbabwe captain Josephine Nkomo. Josephine, I'm going to ask you to stay. The first time that you've been given the captaincy and you win a 5-match series.
Yeah, I'm so excited. All credit goes to my team and the hard work that we've put in. So yeah, well done, guys.
What do you think were the keys to the successes that you've had with both bat and then with ball?
I think it was just a case of consistency with the ball especially. And then, yeah, a few good knocks from our batters. Yeah, like I said, all-round performance from the team. Yeah.
You've also got to get a few debutants through this series. Any words do you think that you want to give these younger players as they progress in their careers?
Keep working hard, guys. I hope you learned a few lessons from the few games, and I hope you use it in the future. Well done to all of you.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe captain Josephine Nkomo. Last but not least, I would like to ask the United States captain, I hope I say this right, Aditiba Chudasama, to just come and give us a few words. Aditiba, after losing the first 2, you came back quite strongly and won the 3rd, and then it was Duckworth Lewis that was the problem in the 4th ODI, eventually the one that decided the series.
Yeah, it was just unlucky. You can't control the weather, and you know, something that we can't control, but we bounced back, and I'm just happy that we stepped up and won the last game.
Any interesting experiences about your time in Zimbabwe off the cricket field that you'd like to share with us here?
No, I mean, the food was great, the people were great, and we're just really thankful that we were given such lovely facilities, and yeah, we're just thankful to be here.
And then lastly, you got a 16-year-old who got 100 on debut.
Yeah, she's just so special, and I'm so happy for her. She completely deserved it. She has an amazing team spirit, she works hard, and she completely deserved it, and we're all really, really happy for her.
Thank you very much, Aditiba. Lastly, I'd like to call Ms. Maureen Kuchocha back, as we are going to present the award that this 5-match series was all about. And I would also like to ask Josephine Nkomo to return, please, and accept the winner's trophy for the USA Women's Tour de Zimbabwe 2024 5-match ODI series. And I'd also like to ask the rest of the Zimbabwe women's team to please come and join your captain and have us come and join us with a bottle of champagne to celebrate your victory. I don't think you are the